Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sustainability Infrastructure and Development Committee on April 8th, 2025. I will now call on Chris Ferreso, Committee Clerk, to conduct the roll call.
Thank you, Chair. We have regrets from Regional Chair Redmond, Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Erb will be late. Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hunick.
Present.
Chair James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett is there. Councillor McCabe. Present. Councillor Novak. Present. Councillor Rodriguez, welcome.
Present.
Councillor Salonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbenovich. Councillor Williams. And Councillor Wolf.
Present.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will begin with a territorial acknowledgement. We are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Chinanton, and Haudenosaunee people and recognize the continued enduring presence on this land. We honor the land, the water that sustains us, the air that we breathe, and Mother Earth who provides for all living things. As we move on these lands, may we do so with respect, recognizing the deep cultural and spiritual connections to and with Indigenous peoples to this region. Let us commit to learning and growth always regarding Indigenous histories. Moving on to item 3, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none. There are no presentations. We will move on to delegations. We have a few delegations today, so I would like to remind all delegations of some of the guidelines for participation. For those joining us in person, please proceed to the podium. When you are called upon to speak, please press the button on the base of the microphone to turn it on. If the light is green, the microphone is on. For those who are joining us electronically, please leave your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you are called upon to speak. You will have 5 minutes. Anyone who registered after the deadline will receive 3 minutes. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in immediate removal from the meeting. It's interruption of councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and any hate or defamatory comments. Please do not take offense if there are no questions after your delegations. Part of this is council's opportunity to listen and reflect with the ideas and the thoughts that you are providing us in the community. With that, I will move on to Cheryl Nyuza from Woolwich. If you could come to the podium. On you're virtual. Okay. You have 5 minutes.
Virtual. Good morning. My name is Cheryl Nusha. I'm a resident of Heidelberg in the township of Woolwich. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to express my concerns about the new speed zones and enforcement cameras on Regional Road 15, also known as Lobsinger Line. I appreciate the need for safety in our communities. However, in this situation, the speed limit changes on Lobsinger Line is causing an exponential increase in safety hazard. I moved to Heidelberg in 2005, and in the 20 years having lived in the area, my family and I travel Lobsinger Line daily for our travel from our home in Heidelberg into North Waterloo and the surrounding areas. I recognize there have been some, although very infrequent, accidents on Lobsinger Line during my tenure in the community. In the stretch I travel most often between Cressler Road and Wagner's Corners, I cannot remember any pedestrian or student-related accidents on this associated stretch of road where the speed limit has been changed. This change is currently causing more risk to our community based on road rage and very aggressive drivers resulting from the speed limit changes. Since the new signage with respect to enforcement cameras, myself and others in our community have experienced several situations that are very concerning to me. Other vehicles are now aggressively passing in the 40-kilometer zone. Those drivers are clearly frustrated with those of us complying with the new speed limits. It is cause for my personal safety as the drivers are passing multiple vehicles at a time, well in excess of the posted speed limit, without a safe distance to pass to return their lane of traffic. The oncoming traffic has caused the drivers to maneuver back into their lane with little time to spare. It has been far too close for comfort each time. In one instance, one driver continued line at a rapid rate of speed and rolled through the red light without stopping. The new speed limit is impacting many drivers like this, contributing to their road rage being taken out on those of us trying to be compliant. I also expect a driver who was unable to pass me due to the oncoming traffic. Looking in my rearview mirror, I could see them constantly attempting to pass. Since they were unable, I could visibly see them swearing in frustration, again due to my compliance with the new speed limit rules. I now find myself spending a disproportionate amount of time checking my rearview mirror for fear of being rear-ended rather than watching in front of me. Transport trucks and heavy equipment have also come up very close, not slowing down fast enough and following far too close. I am concerned that this new low speed limit is cause for increased safety concerns due to driver road rage, very high risk of head-on collisions, and very real risk of being rear-ended. I do appreciate the concern for safety of the students, which is likely the guiding reason for these changes. This school is a private school with parents dropping the students off in the parking lot. There are no buses stopping on Lobsinger Line with students crossing the roadway for this school. Further, the parking lot school play yard is surrounded by fencing to prevent students from running out onto the road. This school does not have any of the same issues that an urban school has, since the children attending are being dropped off in the parking lot that is well away from the road. Regardless of the speed limit set, if safety is of the utmost concern, in addition to the speed limit reduction, transport trucks and heavy equipment, including farm equipment, should be banned from using Lobsinger Line, if safety is really what's at issue. Currently, this road is a major transportation corridor to communities beyond Heidelberg, and we see significant volume of heavy trucks that, even at a low rate of speed, are much more intimidating and dangerous to pedestrian traffic. No question, these vehicles take longer to stop, which makes them inherently more dangerous. Further, I've come to understand that the cost of implementing the enforcement cameras for the 12 months ending December 31st, 2024 was estimated to be approximately $1.4 million of taxpayer dollars across the region. Mr. Spooner advised that excess funds, when generated, would be put back into road safety measures. When does the return on investment generate enough to cover the cumulative operating costs to actually invest money back into the community for real road safety? It is disappointing as a taxpayer that 34 full-time equivalents is needed across the region to solve a perceived, not real safety issue. It appears the region has spent money to solve a problem that did not exist and has now created safety issues on this particular stretch of roadway. What is further concerning is the strategic plan for municipal speed cameras was a priority to focus on car alternative options. If I understand this is correct, a goal of these cameras is to reduce automobile traffic. This is very concerning that cameras were installed on Lobsinger, Kessler, Three Bridges, and Northfield Drive, where our car alternatives are not even a possibility, given there is no public transportation services on these roads. As we know, the City of Kitchener has abandoned the enforcement cameras in October 2020 and possibly share some of our same safety concerns that it's not improving pedestrian safety. On behalf of my neighbors and family, I would request the following: that the region revisits the factual evidence based on pedestrian safety issues in the last 3 to 5 years. If a speed limit reduction is warranted based on the above data, set the speed limit for a time of day when school is in session between 8:30 and 4:30, or install flashing lights so that it's not being utilized 24/7 across 7 days a week when there's no school in session. I do have a brief video, but I realize I'm now out of time. It had clear evidence showing me almost being passed in an unsafe condition, but I realize I don't have time to show that at this point.
Thank you, Cheryl. You are right on time. Thank you. We do have a couple of questions. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Cheryl, and I think Randy and Gary are going to speak on this topic. I know they came to our council at the township, and I suggested they come here since it is a regional issue, and it's always good for us to hear from the people who are experiencing the issues. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Just wanted to say that if you could send the video to us so that we would have a chance to look at it, our clerks could. Are you able to do that?
I did try uploading it last week, and because of it's 4 short videos, but because it's videos, I just could not get it uploaded. And further, I tried to send a link to Holly Kent's, and she also couldn't download the file for you.
Maybe
It's
we'll
just
have one of the
too
clerks.
large a file.
Okay.
I'd
Maybe
be willing to drop off on a memory stick. I'm out of town this week, but I could drop it off on a memory stick at the regional office if that would help.
Okay, thank you. We will have clerks follow up with the delegation to
Thank
get
you.
that to council. Thanks. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, hey Cheryl, thanks for coming in this morning. I will say, I guess I have a question related to speeding. I can tell you that, I know the area fairly well. I was a member of provincial parliament representing Wellesley for almost 10 years. I can think of, some of the major accidents that we had out in Wellesley. I know we've corrected one by, building a roundabout. I think of the Hoover family, one of the first sad tragedies when I was an MPP. But more importantly, speeding. I get calls from folks that I used to represent in the townships, and speeding is one of the major issues in those small communities. I mean, I'll tell you, I disliked photo radar on 400 series highways. I opposed it likely at Queens Park when it came through. But I will say, as a father now of 3 young kids, I hear this argument about speed enforcement only through the school hours. I mean, I will tell you as a father, I'm okay with knowing that they're actually in the schoolyard, through those time frames. But it's after school when my kid comes home and gets on his bike and heads back up to the school that probably concerns me the most. So, do you believe that your community shares your opinion, of speed enforcement and the speed limits there that you've asked council to look at today? Do you feel you represent the majority of folks in your neighborhood when it comes to both speed limits and the time of use camera operation?
I do believe my community supports it in this particular school area because they've done it. Gary Benfler and his son did a survey, and I think they have 660 people that voted predominantly from the Heidelberg and St. Clemens area. And at last tally, I knew it was about 97% were in support or in favor of my position. And I think our concern is we've seen the speed limits well adapted on Kressler Road, where it's a Mennonite school, where the children are actually quite close to the road in terms of when they're walking, and also on Three Bridges Road. We don't seem to see the same aggression and the same speed limit issues where people are more compliant and it's more acceptable. It seems in this particular area, because it's going from an 80 to a 60 to a 40 and then back up to a 60. It originally changed to an 80, but that got changed. So it's now 60 all the way from the school down into the light at Wagner's Corners. So it's particular non-compliance with this area. And I think in hindsight, this school was put in since COVID, or it was a private school put in since COVID. So I think it begs the question further, why a school was even allowed to go in on an 80-kilometer road. The Mennonite schools have been there for years and years and decades, and actually those children are at greater risk because if you look at for the counselors who aren't familiar with the area, the shoulders on Kressler Road or Three Bridges Road are on narrower shoulder because they're not as significant of arteries. The Lobsinger line is a very significant artery. It does have very wide shoulders, so I'm still would be concerned for pedestrian safety. But if pedestrian safety is the issue, I think the council needs to come back. And yes, if they choose to leave the speed limit low, I think they need to ban transport trucks and heavy equipment, like the ones that are coming from the Keyswater, from Steeden Evans, and all the transportation trucks that are coming, because those are what's causing the safety to me on this particular stretch of road. And quite honestly, probably in hindsight, it wasn't the best idea to allow a private school to have authorization to open on this stretch of road that's a major commute. Like, we wouldn't put a school on the 401. Like, that would just be crazy. People would be like, what are you doing putting an entranceway to a private school on the 401? So I think it's also bad placement for that school. But I would say, I do believe out of the people surveyed, the 97% are in support of the speed limit being changed and being specific to school zones. Because when you're going through that area at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, people are very much road rage when you're going 40 kilometers, because it does seem a bit ridiculous doing 40 kilometers. We're not in a subdivision like where there's cars parked. The road is wide open and there's nobody around you. And that's where people will pass and get frustrated when you go down to 40 kilometers.
But isn't it those very habits that we want to try to curb, the road rage? I know when I'm driving throughout our community, I've got my Waze on, and, it kind of gives me an indication of, hey, there's a photo radar. I mean, I have no issues slowing down, and trying to get into a habit of coming through those areas, at a reduced speed. Because I'll tell you again, the number one issue I hear from people, and I represent Kitchener, but I get a lot of calls from the townships in those smaller communities, is the speed. Speed is the number one issue. And so, we're trying to combat and deal with that. And now we hear the opposite.
Yeah, I don't think it's combating though. I've seen it increase because I see it's been well accepted on Kressler and well accepted on Three Bridges. And I mean, I also see the enforcement at the regional site, just as you come into Heidelberg from Kressler, heading towards Lobsinger, and there's police officers regularly doing speed enforcement, manual speed enforcement, and people that don't live in the community, you can see them regularly coming in too fast. So again, I'd be more in favor of putting a speed enforcement camera where people are coming in to town on that edge of town, because that's the area I live, and it only seems to be well enforced when police are there. But particular stretch of road is where it's 80 and then it steps down to 60 and steps down to 40. It has really dramatically increased the road rage that we're experiencing. That's not present with the cameras on and Three Bridges Road. It's dramatically different when you're driving those roads on a regular basis.
Okay,
Gotcha.
thank
Thanks,
you.
Cheryl.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. We have a few other questions from council, so I'm gonna move along now. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Thank you to Councillor Harris for making a lot of the points I was going to make. I appreciate that. Thank you. But I just wanted to correct the record around the employees that are working in this program. This is funded through the speed management program. Because you referenced the 34 employees that are, I believe your wording was that they're taxpayer funded. They are being funded through the speed management program. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you very much, Cheryl, for coming today. I think what you're asking for is quite reasonable, and in fact, we already have this happening in Wilmot, out on Snyder's Road in front of Waterloo, Oxford, and Sir Adam Beck, as they're very much like Lobsinger Line. It's a large traffic throughway that used to be an 80, dropped to a 60. So right now, we have that it drops down to a 40 during school time and then back up to a 60 during non-school time. So I know you're asking for something slightly different, but again, I agree that we need to make exceptions in some of these communities, because I have also been stuck behind people going very slow, or I've been the one causing people to go slow following the rules, and a lot of inappropriate driving behavior that does put people more at risk than what the intent is. So thank you very much for bringing this forward and bringing forward the concerns of your community.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Yes, I totally see your point. And see, these main arterial roads, and they are main arterial roads, and we've discussed this multiple times, that the townships are the links between. North Dumfries is a major roadway going towards the 401. It's the only 401 access in that area. A lot of Kitchener comes down through to North Dumfries to go to the 401. Yeah, we want the speed cameras and we want to slow people down and we want safety, but we have to use common sense. When a road is a main arterial road going from a major road to another major road, it takes all the heavy trucks and the traffic. It moves them around the municipalities. That's one of the reasons for those roads. And those roads are going to do the speed limit or above, 80 or above. That would be like asking the expressway to slow down to 40. That's the equivalent, because we take that amount of traffic with trucks and
Councillor
everything
Foxton,
else.
is there a question? Because we're going to have the debate later
Okay,
on.
I will end it there. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We are going to move on to the next delegation. Randy Spruitt, if you could come to the podium, please. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Randy Spruitt. I am here in opposition to recent changes on Lobsinger Line, similar to Cheryl, which reduced the speed from 80 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour. No problem. And the addition of a speed camera on the main thoroughway. Next slide, please. A 2024 report by the region invoked this change. However, there are several shortcomings. Next slide. The report fails to show a safety problem exists, includes zero data specific to the area in question. There was no factual foundation established for this recommendation. The analysis is incomplete. It fails to weigh a range of factors, including road design, costs, alternatives, and safety impact for all road users. It does not contain any measurable success criteria. Next slide. The report fails to address basic questions. For example, how many students have been injured or worse by passing vehicles? To Councillor Harris's point, there aren't students riding bikes or walking around this road. That's not what happens here. There are no buses, there's no pedestrians or cyclists, even during school time. Students are driven, it's a private school as mentioned, and this opened in 2020 adjacent to an existing 80-kilometer-an-hour road. Next slide. A 2022 regional report shows there were no unusual collision patterns involving pedestrians or cyclists on abutting regional roads. Next slide. The same 2022 report indicates drivers are already slowing down in school zones during school hours. Next slide. Here we see a graph, which is a little hard to see on the projector here, from 2023, showing that the probability of pedestrian collisions are 16 times lower in 80 km/h zones than 40 km/h zones. Next slide, please. From the 2022 report, traffic flowing at a uniform speed results in fewer collisions. With uniform speed, drivers are less impatient, pass less often, and are less likely to tailgate, which reduces both head-on and rear-end collisions, exactly to Cheryl's point. Next slide, please. We note the same report indicates existing speed limits are appropriate. The 2024 report, without data, fails to mention or counting any of the 2022 findings that have data. Next slide. This is hard to see, but this is important. A recent CTV News story showcased the issue. Here we see a still frame near the school in question. While filming, the news crew captured a semi-truck slamming on the brakes, laying on the horn, and nearly rear-ending a small white car. You can see here how close the truck is to the car, while the truck brake lights are still illuminated. I strongly encourage everyone to watch this video. The link is in the slide. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about the substantial cost. Cheryl cites $1.4 million. I think it's much higher than that because we're talking about just the expenses here. $2.9 million was estimated in 2024 alone. Let's be clear, regional taxpayers are on the hook for all of these costs, either through higher taxes or fines. Next slide. The location is slated for a 24/7 camera, of which 78% of the operating time is non-school hours. How many students are present near the school at 2 a.m.? 0. The camera is collecting revenue by providing no safety value to students. The decision maximizes revenue, not safety. This is a money grab. Next slide. Let's talk about the community petition mentioned earlier. Today we present you with community petition against recent changes. Next slide. There were 665 unique participants, of which 78% are residents of St. Clements or Heidelberg. This represents a large percentage of the community. Names, phone numbers, addresses, and other contact details have been collected to validate respondents. We are happy to share this data with the region. Now let's see the results. Next slide. 97.9% are against the current 40 km/h speed limit and speed camera. I repeat, 97.9%. The response has been visceral. This community has spoken loud and clear. Residents are not okay with the current changes. Next slide. Petitioners are requesting no speed camera, 60 km/h speed limit with flashing lights during school hours only, and 80 km/h otherwise. Slightly different than the motion 9.1 being presented today. Myself, I would like to see all changes reverted, going back to 80 km/h at all times, given there is zero evidence any safety issue exists. 2022 findings clearly state uniform traffic is safer and existing speed limits are appropriate. Next slide. The community has responded in their own words. Here are 12 excerpts from residents. Please take a moment to read them. Their full testimonials are included in the meeting minutes.
30 seconds, Randy.
Yep. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we do have a question. I just want to remind colleagues that these are questions for the delegation. We will have the debate later today regarding this, the proposed motion. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair James. So we hear you that the current changes are not working and that this is not what the community wants. So how do you want us to manage speeding?
I am not an expert on that subject. The current situation is far unsafer than it was.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. No further questions. We will move on to Matthew Day, Executive Director of WR Community Energy, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors.
Turn on your mic.
My slides. Can you hear me now? All right. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. My name is Matthew Day. I'm the Executive Director of WR Community Energy. I'm here to talk about our 2024 report, but also the importance of the energy transition, especially at this point in time in our political climate, in our economic realities, and in particular, our community response to the energy transition. Our past generations have given us plenty of excellent tools, especially our utilities, to make strategic and meaningful action on this energy transition. And I'm here to talk about the importance of leveraging those strategic assets in support of future generations as well. Next slide, please. The energy transition is not just about swapping fuels. It is about changing how we live and work and build our communities. There's been several energy transitions in Waterloo region over the years. When European settlers first came to this land, we settled around natural energy sources, including water mills. This saved farmers weeks of labor hours. When coal came to our community, we began to industrialize. We industrialized around our train systems. When electricity came to the community, we developed streetlights and elevators. We began to urbanize. Streetlights made the cities safer. We were allowed to read after, or we were able to read after sunset. This improved literacy rates. When natural gas and gasoline came to our communities, we began to suburbanize. This allowed our community to grow. It led to, initially at least, affordable housing. But then we became aware of sprawl and the environmental impacts and the several types of segregation that came with suburbanization. And now we're entering a new energy transition where we are focusing on local clean energy sources. And we are re-urbanizing and rebuilding our communities, and our downtowns are growing, at the same time respecting the important agricultural heritage and role that our townships play. Next slide, please. Looking at this economically, we spend $2.1 billion a year on energy. 87% of those dollars, so 1.8 billion, leaves our community, and we import over 99% of our energy. Next slide, please. We are drawing a lot on fossil fuels, and much of that energy, 45% of that energy, is actually wasted. So we spend $900 million on pollution, useless energy, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, urban heat island effect, and other types of conversion losses. Next slide, please. Here's what the energy looks like in our community as it flows through our utilities to the end users. While we were suburbanizing, Europe was sitting next to a big energy giant that was very antagonistic. And so instead of suburbanizing, Northern Europe and Germany and others began to invest in efficiencies. They started building really efficient homes. They created district energy systems and a way to promote their energy independence. In our community, this is what our energy flows look like. 40% of our natural gas, of our imported natural gas, gets used for space heating. So this is burning fossil fuels almost exclusively from the United States to heat this space. It doesn't need to be that way. We have over 10 times the heat that we have right here in our community that we can use. So we spend $300 million a year on space heating with natural gas, when all of that money and all of that energy exists here locally, and we're seeing more and more projects in our community that use this local heat source. Next slide, please. This council and others in Waterloo region were very wise in 2014 to 2018. They developed a community energy investment strategy to coordinate targeted energy investments to promote the economic and social resilience of our community. And they were also wise enough to staff it with senior level, commissioner level staff and advisors. I was hired to help administer the community energy investment strategy. We are called WR Community Energy, and we divide our work over 6 terms of council. This is our 2nd term, and we're focusing on heating energy. Next slide, please. So everything that I've mentioned is not an abstract or theoretical idea. There are many organizations and many programs in our community already working on this important energy transition. I won't name them all here, but my group in particular, we're focusing on high performance development standards and figuring out what a regional approach to a coordinated regional approach to generating and distributing this low quality, affordable, clean energy is. So I will end here. Just my final note is thank you. In the next few months, and years, you will see a variety of energy proposals, and I encourage you to think about future generations and how we can build stronger together by coordinating our energy investments. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. We do have a few questions from council. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I think that most of us want to get on board with, like when they did the heat pump rebate, we scooped it. But a lot of people can't afford these things. And not just that, what shocked me was my gas bill went down to practically nothing. But my hydro bill went to double, more than double. So that balance, we have to find a way of making it affordable. And I'd also like it in the building code that you have to build homes that are energy efficient. And if we could do that across the province, I think that would solve half of our problems. I mean, I think every roof should have a solar panel. Everyone should have a heat pump, where it's possible geothermal. I think, and this, because you know what else the problem is? We don't have enough hydro. Right now, a lot of data companies and that want to come here, and we don't have enough hydro to supply them. And so we can't meet the demand. So what if we all switch over to this and it's not there? So we have a lot of things to solve first, but we're on the right path. If we could start to look at more solutions rather than saying we have to do this, we have to show us how we can do it and how it can be affordable and sustainable. But really good report, and we've been talking about heading this way for like 50 years. It's about time we did it and planned it properly. But thank you so much.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thanks for coming in, Matthew, and nice to see you at the Working Centre dinner on Saturday night. Just wondered if you could, picking up a little bit on Councillor Foxton's comments, could you just maybe explain what you see as some of the resistance to using some of these technologies, whether it's from the builder's perspective or an individual homeowner's perspective? Because, I mean, I often hear that it's about cost. I don't really buy into that argument because I've converted it and we've seen significant cost savings. So I was just wondering if you could maybe touch on what some of the challenges are, and then just on the gas number, I think people would be surprised to have heard that if you could remind me what you said in the percentage of gas that's imported from the U.S. to heat our homes. If you could just, I didn't quite catch what the percentage was there. And then I'm also just curious, my third question about the thermal utility, if you could maybe just provide an update on what's happening with that. Thanks.
Thank you. The second bit about natural gas, we think of Canada as an energy powerhouse, and in many ways we are. The Western Canadian sedentary basin produces a ton of natural gas. We don't get any of that here in Kitchener. It all flows through the United States. It gets used up before it gets to Chicago, and then Chicago and Niagara and various other basins provide our natural gas here in Waterloo region. Kitchener Utilities can tell you all about this. They study this all the time. In terms of, and even then, even in the whole Enbridge system, which is a Canadian company, even then, I think it's less than 30% of the natural gas is Canadian. In terms of the resistance, a lot of it is miscommunication and confusion. So a common misconception is that we don't have enough electricity to power this. There have been some studies talking about if we electrify everything, it'll cost like 3 times the amount of electricity. That is under the worst possible energy scenarios. This is using resistance heat, which doesn't make any sense. We would be looking at heat pumps. My studies indicate that we can electrify our heat for probably a net zero amount of electricity, maximum 25%, but that would be under very poor management. The fact is that our energy grid is designed to meet their peak. Our peak energy consumption. And our peak energy consumption is in the summertime for cooling. We are looking at electrifying our heat. Heating is 4 times more efficient than cooling in terms of energy use. So it's unlikely to me, and I haven't seen any studies otherwise, that will say we will go beyond that winter peaking, that summer peaking electricity amount.
Matthew, I'm just going to get you to speak a little more closely into the mic, okay? Thank you.
Yeah. I don't want to restart. Should I No. There's summer peaking. It's unlikely that our electric heating will match that summer peaking role. When I talked to Enbridge, the people who wrote that study saying we don't have enough electricity, they said, well, yeah, we don't speak to individual communities. We're talking at general across Canada. Looking in our community, that's my job. I'm a community energy manager. We have an abundance of electricity. Can we electrify heat and can we electrify our vehicles? Yes, we can. Those are different times of day. We charge our vehicles at night with cheap electricity. Now, there is some electricity concerns, absolutely. When artificial intelligence comes to our community, that's a whole different ball of wax, and that is something that we will need to talk about, Councillor Foxton. But in terms of heating and electrifying heating and electrifying transportation, I think we have enough electricity for that.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. One of the questions I've asked some other people that have presented is related to how we measure it. And you were just speaking to that in general, that often it's sort of a global number. That slide 4 here says 45% is lost as GHGs and radiant heat. So I'm assuming that's sort of just a general number that people come up with. How can we measure what we're doing? So if we start to go down the road of providing more and more ways to be efficient, how do we know if we're doing better than the 45% or not?
How do we measure? A lot of it is intuitive. So think about moving a human being 1 kilometer. It takes about 800 calories to walk 1 kilometer. That's 2 or 3 apples. Let's say the average human weighs 100 kilos, just for simple math. That same amount of energy in a car weighs 2,000 kilos. So that's 10 times the amount of energy. Plus, that comes from gasoline, which is much less efficient than an apple. So it takes 8,500 calories to move a human being in a car. And it takes only 800 kilos to move a human being through walking or cycling, and I don't know, 200, 300 calories. Sorry, 2 or 3 times that by public transportation. So a lot of it is intuitive. You look at the inherent energy quality and conversion losses of the energy, and then you multiply that by the type of energy that is being used.
Yeah, one follow-up?
Just to follow up on that. So we look at what kind of cars everybody in the community is driving and look at it individually. Like, what I'm getting at is how do we know when we're succeeding with our population here? We can't control the rest of Canada. We can't control the rest of Ontario. We can't even control the region, but we can encourage people in the region. So how do we know? And I understand the intuitive part, and it's intuitively obvious. Sometimes that's true and sometimes it's not. But are there tools out there that will help us measure?
What I'm trying to say is just basic physics. You look at how much energy we spend on natural gas, for example. That number should decrease. Our electricity will increase. So as we use less natural gas for space heating, our winter peak will increase. And that's how you know when we're using electricity more efficiently. And then you look at the labels of the technology. So heat pumps will have efficiency of 2 or 3, for example.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. When I was a city councillor, I asked developers why they were resistant to innovative ideas in terms of energy when they were building a subdivision. And they actually said it was building inspectors that were part of the problem because they weren't used to something, so it took much longer for them to pass it and do it. Is that still the case? Because that was about 6 years ago.
I would feel uncomfortable responding to municipal processes. When I think about housing and energy, I take a larger economic lens. Canada underperforms other G7 countries in terms of our GDP and efficiency. Economists will agree on a few reasons for why that's the case. In Canada, we have a chronic underinvestment in infrastructure, and I think that's well known. Also in Canada, so much of our wealth is held up in our housing. We don't have the market incentives to reduce housing costs because that affects the affordability of so many Canadians who have their wealth there. homes have become an investment in Canada, and especially in Waterloo region. And as a result, in many cases, they're being built to sell. They're not being built to live in. The energy transition wants to look at the affordability of maintaining and owning these homes. What do the energy costs mean? What does it cost to have home comfort? Enbridge has told us very clearly that natural gas prices will increase by 25%. We can expect our home energy prices to increase by that amount as well. What we're after is making sure that we build homes in the future that can use and buildings, not just homes, that can use our local energy resources that are abundant and they're affordable and they're clean. And it will reduce energy, home ownership costs moving forward.
Okay, thank you. I like the point that we're building homes to sell, not necessarily to live in for the future. And I suppose we need to, maybe with government regulation, maybe change that. And I guess similar to Councillor Chance's question, I was saying what conservation practices are most effective and that we should be promoting? Transportation obviously is one, but for a homeowner, would it be the heat pump or would it be, what would you suggest, like in terms of us pushing?
Yeah, a lot of my work focuses on how to build for the future and prepare for the energy transition. I think Councillor Foxton made a really good point. Sometimes it's not affordable to take your existing home and then retrofit it to a heat pump. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can afford it, and please do that. That'll help us in the long term. What I'm advocating for is changing the way, thinking about how we're building our community and build for energy resilience and using our existing local energy sources. But on one of the 11 projects that I talked about that our community is working on, there's a program called Retrofit WR, and it will look at that issue in more detail.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew, for coming in. I just want to pick up on a question that Councillor McCabe asked about the thermal utility. Could you maybe just speak to that? I had a similar question.
Yeah, thank you about that. I forgot. Last year, WR Community Energy wrote a document called Towards a Thermal Energy Strategy for Waterloo Region. We stopped short of calling it a proper thermal strategy. We didn't think we were the right group to do that. We wanted to do that in collaboration with all of the municipalities and experts. But we do have some ideas and we do have some data and research. So what we were doing, a call from that report is to set up a region-wide group filled with experts to look at what a regional response, a collaborative regional response would be to manage our thermal energy resources and how to collect them and distribute them in an equitable way. There are some parts of our community that, for the energy transition, will need air source heat pumps, especially in the townships. Those are less efficient, but they're a practical reality for the energy transition. There are other parts of the community that could benefit from things like district energy, so energy sharing over time. If we had one group focused exclusively on district energy, then our capital and our interests might flow to the downtown communities, and it would leave the rural communities without being part of the solution. So we wanted a region-wide opportunity to tackle this energy transition in an equitable region-wide way, and that's what the thermal utility is set up to explore.
Thank you. I just have one question for clarification, Matthew. You were mentioning kind of building for the future and, energy and conserving energy. Do you know what the impact is of artificial intelligence on energy demands?
We are learning. There are a few developers who have approached us that that are attracting some AI server farms. They produce, I think, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, upwards of 6 times the amount of electricity that standard servers do. But that also means 6 times the amount of, we call it industrial waste heat. So that is additional heat that can be used. And I know the region is truthfully doing a really good job engaging with some of those developers. So it is an example of opportunity.
Excellent. Thank you so much for coming in today, Matthew. No further questions from council. We will move on to the next delegation. Christopher Brunskill from Kitchener.
Good morning. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to address council this morning. My name is Chris Brunskill. I've lived on Sterling Avenue North in Kitchener on the stretch between King and Weber since 2017. My wife and I have a daughter that attends Shepherd Public School. We walk from our home to the school and back every day. I'm here to share a concern about the Weber and Sterling intersection, which is a concern that's shared among many members of the neighborhood. This intersection is about 250 meters from Shepherd. The intersection is dangerous. I want to be clear that while it's dangerous to pedestrians, there are reasonable alternate ways to cross Weber, and as such, my primary concern is about vehicular traffic. In the 2020 annual collision report, it was noted that this intersection is the 92nd most dangerous intersection in the region. In 2018, it was the 62nd most dangerous, and in 2017, it was the 67th most dangerous. This is the most recent data I was able to locate, and the 2019 report was not available. In the time between 2017 and 2021, as compared to Weber's intersections with Fairview, Pandora, and Simeon, regional data indicated that the Sterling intersection is 5 times more dangerous than each. There were more collisions at Sterling alone than at the other 3 combined. And that's also true when you factor in the Borden intersection for most of those years. According to the region's data, all but 2 of the collisions on record occurred during a turn from Sterling onto Weber, or as vehicles attempted to travel across Weber to continue on Sterling. Nearly all collisions had the same cause, which demonstrates the intersection's design is no longer suitable. It needs to be fixed. Since 2021, the frequency of collisions seems to have increased, though data is not available to confirm that. It is a common occurrence. In one week in May of 2023, I personally witnessed 3 collisions at that intersection. The neighborhood has witnessed many more, including one in February of 2025 that involved 3 vehicles and flipped 1 vehicle onto its side. This collision occurred at roughly 3:20 p.m. as Shepherd was letting out. I was fortunate to have a phone call in the days following the accident in February with Daryl Spencer, the manager of transport engineering. He was clear to agree the intersection is dangerous, and the more recent data bears out that problem is getting worse. There is reason to believe the problem will continue to get worse. From my house on Sterling, there are not less than 5 major cranes building housing that I can see, with major projects still to come. Mr. Spencer detailed a solution that eliminates entirely the cause of the collisions at the intersection without impeding traffic on Weber. This solution is one that I wholeheartedly endorse. I strongly urge Council to consider Mr. Spencer's solution. I expect it would be welcomed with great enthusiasm by the neighborhood. In that conversation, Mr. Spencer noted that it was unlikely to be implemented because Council had directed that countermeasures can only be deployed in the 10 most dangerous intersections. Effectively, this means that despite being objectively dangerous, as the data bears out, and trending to be more dangerous, and higher population density will likely increase collision frequency, and a solution has been identified, and that solution is supported by your staff, that it will not be fixed because the intersection is not dangerous enough. Simply put, I find this directive to be unacceptable. I support reasonable countermeasures where there is a clear need, where they are expected to have a strong positive impact, and where community support exists for a change. A correction at Sterling and Weber meets this criteria. So today I urge you to do 2 things. First, take immediate steps to fix the Weber and Sterling intersection. And second, revisit and revise the directive that limits countermeasures only to the 10 most dangerous intersections. Devise a set of criteria by which action can be taken to prevent collisions rather than allowing only reactive measures, and empower your staff to act. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question from Council, but Commissioner Spooner, can you just speak to this briefly?
Absolutely. Through you, Chair. Chris, thanks for coming in today. So I think, based on our discussion this morning, everybody agrees in this room that road safety is important. So I think that's a good starting point for us. Next, Council, the question that we sit here with as a Region of Waterloo transportation team is what do we do about this? So we do address challenges in year through a program called Countermeasures. And as Chris has rightly pointed out, we focus on the top 10 areas of concern in our network in any given year. We do this using data. Where I think we go next is as part of the Road Safety Reserve, which is the program coming out of the municipal speed camera program intended to address road safety concerns. We've already talked about this. We want to grow the countermeasures program to not only address areas of concern, instead of getting to 10, could we get to 20 or 30 instances a year, but also where, due to changes in land use or travel, we have emerging intersections, of which I would say Weber and Sterling is one. So for this specific concern, Council, we know what to do here. The installation of a center median would be the design result. We do need to do a technical feasibility assessment and identify a funding source. What we can do in the interim is put in a turning restriction. So I would call that a behavioral implementation, and we know behavioral does have some success, but the ultimate solution is road design, which would be that center median. So we've got a plan.
Okay, so I think that's, you'll come back with a report for us for that intersection. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Hunick first, and then we'll come back to this, and then.
Chair James, I was just going to ask about the proposed plan, which Commissioner Spinner has just spoken to. So.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for coming in today, Christopher, and for meeting with our staff. As you've heard, there is a plan. It'll come back to council to get some countermeasures there for that increasingly dangerous intersection. Thank you. Okay. Gary Bensler from Wellesley, you have 5 minutes.
All right, good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak today. My name is Gary Bensler, and I'm a 30-year resident of Heidelberg. I'm here on behalf of a growing number of residents in our community who are deeply concerned about recent changes to Lobsinger Line, specifically the drastic speed limit reductions and the installation of automated speed enforcement cameras at the King Alfred Academy. This is the same subject that was spoken about earlier this morning by Cheryl and Randy Spruitt. Let me begin by saying that we are not against safety. We fully support reasonable measures that protect our children, pedestrians, and all road users. However, what we're witnessing is not a safety-driven enforcement, but a poorly implemented change that has created confusion, community outrage, and an increased danger on a crucial regional corridor. Lobsinger Line is and has always been a major artery connecting the towns of Heidelberg and St. Clements to the city of Waterloo. It also serves the surrounding communities of Cross Hill, Linwood, Wellesley, and Hawksville. Thousands of people rely on it daily to commute to work and school and medical appointments and such, and also to support local businesses. Reducing the speed limit from 80 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour with abrupt transitions from 80 to 60 to 40 and then back up again to the 80 has led to unsafe driving conditions and increased risk. People are now more focused on avoiding tickets than they are on watching the road. Drivers' eyes are glued to their speedometers, fearful of exceeding the limit just by 1 or 2 kilometers an hour and possibly getting a ticket. They will not be watching or paying attention to their surroundings. This is in a zone that enforces 40 kilometers an hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Even at 3 a.m., like on a Saturday or a Tuesday, when there are no children or pedestrians anywhere around, but the camera is still turned on. This over-enforcement has created a new and dangerous distraction behind the wheel. and the result is the exact opposite of the intended outcome: less attentiveness to surroundings and more tension among drivers. Residents have voiced that they now feel unsafe due to road rage on a road previously driven without issue. We launched a community-wide petition that clearly demonstrates the public's stance on the issue. And the response was overwhelming. Of all 665 respondents, 97.9 were in agreement that with the request to remove the speed camera and adjust the speed limits. Our community does not oppose enforcement. We are asking for reasonable, evidence-based changes. What we are calling on council to do is to A, remove the 60-kilometer-an-hour buffer zones entirely from both ends of the 40 zone. B, adjust the 40-kilometer-an-hour zone to a more suitable 60-kilometer-an-hour zone during school hours. And C, most importantly, implement flashing yellow lights that activate during school hours to indicate when the speed is temporarily reduced in the school zone, similar to other local schools like Northeast Hope Public School. This approach balances safety for students during school hours with practical traffic flow at all other times. We've also collected numerous written testimonials from residents which highlight how deeply this issue has impacted daily life. These stories come from parents and teachers and truck drivers, healthcare workers, contractors, small business owners, doctors even, individuals from all walks of life who rely on this road and feel that their concerns have been dismissed in favor of a blanket policy that doesn't reflect the needs or reality of the community. Let me be clear, this is not just about inconvenience, it's about safety, fairness, and public trust. The residents of Heidelberg, St. Clements, Cross Hill, Linwood, Wellesley, and Hawksville deserve thoughtful planning, not just a one-size-fits-all policy that causes confusion, stress, and preventable accidents. We urge you to listen to the voices of the people who use this corridor daily. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming in today. I do not see any questions from council. We will be discussing the proposed motion in a little bit, okay? Oh, actually, hold on a second. Councillor Nowak, go ahead.
Gary, I just want to thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
It was mentioned early by Councillor Harris, was wondering about how much support there was in the community for some sort of a different approach to that intersection. And I just want to assure you and Councillor Harris that I've heard it from Wellesley as well, all the way through from St. Clements. There's a retired police officer that talked to me about this on a number of occasions. So it is an issue, and I think we're going to be dealing with it very shortly. So thank you for coming in, and thanks to the others as well who, you know, have approached council on this.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Spencer Pleen from Waterloo. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me okay. My name's Spencer Pline.
Talk a little louder.
My name is Spencer Pline. This will be quick. It's regarding Grand River Transit day pass purchases, and hopefully it's a valid topic to discuss. There is no option for purchasing a day pass through the Grand River Transit website, Manage My Card, or the new Grand River Transit Pay app. I'm saying that they're good services, but just they do not have the option for that day pass.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to have Commissioner Spooner, do you want to just respond to that? Thank you for raising this as well.
Through you, Chair, and thank you, Spencer. Council, let's just revisit quickly the GRT Day Pass. So this provides a single person all-day travel, effectively unlimited travel any day of the week, Monday to Sunday. As Spencer rightly pointed out, this is available at our customer service locations as well as ticket vending machines. So we know we've got a set number of customer service locations. We've recently expanded the number of ticket vending machines, but I'll tell you the problem statement stated differently. Using myself, why would I need to travel to a ticket vending machine to buy a day pass? Once I travel, I don't need the pass anymore. I've already committed to a pay-as-you-go travel for the day. Council, we've got a plan for this. This is why GRT Pay exists. This is the recently launched mobile app, which you supported. We launched it on March 19th, which allows debit and credit payment. We launched that product with only a single product on it, which is an adult single ride, but we are planning to add additional products to address this exact challenge. That is why GRT Pay exists. So what we're working on right now is which products we add next to GRT Pay, of which the day pass as well as the family pass, which does the same thing for a group of people, are early on that list. So Spencer, I don't have an answer for you today, but we've got one coming in short order, and you've hit on a bit of an opportunity to talk about GRT Pay and what we can do with that product. So thank you again.
And thank you for those that
Hold
need
on 1 second, Spencer. We do have a counselor. Is it for the delegation or for Doug?
Well, I just was wondering if you could clarify in addition for Spencer, where the fare boxes are that you can buy these tickets, because I think they're at the LRT stations, but I don't know how
Just
close
to
that is.
clarify. Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Very good question, and thank you. I'm going to do my best to hit all of them. So all of the ION stations at our major terminals, which also most happen to be ION stations. In addition, we recently added a TVM at Sports World, one at Boardwalk, and I'm sure I'm forgetting a location that would be on grt.ca, but yeah, there are a number of locations, as well as Ainsley Terminal. There's a customer service location at Benton, and a few others. So there are a number, but again, that problem statement remains, which once you've started traveling with us, we need that product available at first use. So thank you.
Councillor Hunick?
Thank you, Chair James. Do we have a timeline as to when the day pass would be added? Is there anything else we can do in the interim? Like, could the one pass suffice as the, I don't know, help me.
Yeah, through you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Hunick, for the question. We do not have a product launch timeline at this point. I, like you, am asking the team for it, but we only recently launched on March 19th, so we're doing a bit of monitoring on adoption, number of downloads, and the reach of that product, but we are working right now on when. So I don't have a timeline. I'm happy to report back. We're actually doing that work right now.
Thank you. Yes, if we could add that to the tracking list as well, and then staff will report back when we have more information. Thank you. Thank you for coming in today. Okay, we are moving on. There are no more delegations. We will move on to item 6, the consent agenda. Are there any requests to remove anything off of the agenda?
I have a request. I already put it through for 6.1.2.
Okay, so we will move 6.1.2. That's the Speedville Road Assumption Bylaw. Okay, I need Councilor Urbanovic?
Sorry, yes. We can just briefly pull out 6.1.1.
Perfect.
I guess.
Okay,
That's
so
both items are
that's
pulled.
everything on the consent agenda, so it's moving on to regular discussion. All right, so we don't need to vote for anything then. All right, so we will move on to the items pulled from the consent agenda. We'll start with 6.1.1, the Climate Aligned Growth, Duke Street Road Assumption Bylaw. Councilor Urbanovic?
Thank you very much, Chair James. I just really wanted to flag one thing here so that it is noted. I do know that regional staff have worked with our staff on this issue, and there's general support for it. But there are a couple of things that have been raised in terms of this issue, because there's obviously it's going to change things, and we are losing at least some access from a vehicular perspective all the way from King Street through to Weber Street. And so on that point, I think staff, well, from a city perspective, we're hoping two things happen. First of all, that, and this was part of the discussions, but I'd like it noted in the minutes here, this notion of public art being part of the underpass, as well as appropriate work done in terms of lighting and sound as part of the underpass to ensure that concerns around SEPTED are being addressed at the front end and not later on once we know there are issues. We know from time to time issues already pop up with these kinds of things, and we want to make sure it's done right at the beginning. So I'm wondering if Mr. Spooner can comment on that, and then if just that can be reflected in the minutes.
Through you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. Yeah, so I think we share the goal on this project, which is passage of pedestrians and cyclists through the rail corridor. This also becomes the main bus access for Kitchener Central for both Grand River Transit, Go Bus, and any third parties. Councillor Verbanovich, acknowledge your comments. I've spoken to City of Kitchener staff about these and really about the function of that tunnel, making sure that it's welcoming, it's well lit, and I really like the public art angle because I think anything we can do to beautify our public spaces. So absolutely acknowledge, we're aware we're having those discussions now, as well as the ones around ongoing maintenance and those activities in the tunnel. So,
okay, great. Well, at the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I'd be pleased to move this item.
Perfect. Councillor Wolf, will you second this as well?
I have a question.
Okay.
Without this motion, would Kitchener be paying for the underpass or for the tunnel?
Through you, Chair, there is a complex agreement that governs this site in the works. I believe this work is actually, yes, it is. It's being done by Metrolinx as part of the project agreement because it exists in the rail corridor. And so the reason for the upload in this section is that the MOU will be done between the region and Metrolinx, and so it simplifies having a bi-party agreement rather than a tri-party agreement. So the discussion on this one will be for us to have a discussion with Metrolinx about the lighting, sound, and design standards, but we've had success in those discussions in other locations about public art and some of those implementations. So it will be a Metrolinx project in partnership with the region, but I'm confident we can get these outcomes.
So Metrolinx is paying for the tunnel?
So the tunnels in the project are funded through a transfer payment agreement that is $43 million from the MTO. There is $33 million of that which comes to the region of Waterloo, $10 million of that which goes to Metrolinx, and it is that $10 million that funds the tunnel underneath, as well as Metrolinx's project budget for the relocation of their station.
Okay, thank you. And now I will second.
Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Hunick. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair James. Sorry. Is the Public Art Advisory Committee aware of the public art request for this location? And if not, could clerks take that back for consideration for them?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks.
Great.
Perfect. Okay, so this has been moved by Councillor Verbanovic, seconded by Councillor Wolf. You will be prompted in e-scribe.
I'm a yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I'm not getting it on my e-scribe, but yeah, I'm a yes as well. Didn't pop up for me yet.
Great, thank you. That is carried. Moving along to item 6.1.2, Speedsville Road Assumption Bylaw. Councillor Liggett, you wanted to speak to this?
I did. Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a long time coming, so I'm very appreciative of the fact that this is happening now. I support this motion, but I have concerns that the report does not speak to the potential capital costs. I know that we are doing a corridor study for this section of for this road this year, and with the roundabout, the whole thing, and the study will identify the overall road width. But I'm wondering why it doesn't talk about capital costs here.
Yeah, through you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Liggett, for the question. So the report does identify for the just over 5.5 kilometers, which will be coming the region's responsibility. We've got an operating cost in 2025 of $62,000. It doesn't speak to any of the capital costs yet. We'll have to do, as we do the transfer, the assessment of that asset and determine. So I'm looking up to my team to see if we have that in the capital budget. Do we have it in a forward-looking year? We do not. Okay. So, Councillor Liggett, what we will do is we'll have to add that now as it becomes a regional asset, and it'll have to come forward as part of plan and budget in our 10-year capital plan for transportation. So, it's just not there yet.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I just have concerns because it's taken so long to get to this point. I don't want to see another, 10, 15 years before we actually get to it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Liggett, will you move this?
Absolutely.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Foxton? Okay, you'll be prompted in e-scribe. Okay, that is carried. Moving on to a regular agenda. Item 7.1, climate aligned growth. We have at the economic impact study for the region of Waterloo, YKF. I am going to call on Commissioner Regier to provide an introduction to this.
Thank you, Chair James. As everyone in the room and in the public understands, we've made significant investments in our airport over the last 5 or 6 years, and the result has been very significant growth in both the business community and air travel out of the airport. We had last done an analysis of the economic impact of our airport back in 2015, and felt it was important to update that information given the very significant change that's taken place at the airport. So we hired a company by the name of Intervistas to conduct an analysis. Intervistas is a leading airport management consultancy in Canada, based out of Vancouver, and they've done a significant amount of work with our management team at YKF over the years. And we have two folks from Intervistas online that will be walking us through the presentation this morning, and then we're available to take any questions from council.
Okay, are they online? Okay, go ahead when ready. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the results of the YKF Economic Impact Study based on 2023 operations. The region of Waterloo International Airport commissioned Intervistas to conduct this important study. As mentioned, we are an aviation, transportation, and tourism consulting firm. We have extensive experience conducting these types of studies and analyses for the transportation and tourism industries. My name is Doris Mack. I'm a vice president at Intervistas Consulting, and I'm joined by my colleague Selena Estrella, senior manager who is the lead analyst on the work. Next slide, please. Economic impact is the study that measures the spending and employment associated with operations at YKF in a given snapshot in time. The rings of economic impact are described as direct, indirect, and induced. The core direct impacts are generated by the tenants and businesses operating at YKF. Indirect impacts are generated by supplier industries that support those direct businesses. For example, a supplier for aircraft maintenance firm, as an example. And lastly, the spending by those who are employed directly and indirectly also generate jobs in other industry sectors when they spend money in the general economy. These are often referred to as household spending effects. As we will share later in this presentation, the activities at YKF is an economic generator that supports jobs and businesses for the region. Next slide, please. Before we review the study's results, the next couple of slides will provide a bit of context on YKF and its operations. In 2024, the airport handled well over 500,000 passengers, supporting commercial air service operations by Flair, WestJet, and Sunwing. And this also includes motor coach services by Air Canada to Pearson Airport. YKF is also a key for GA tenants such as de Havilland, Chartwright, Air Group, and also Flight Line Services. YKF is a growing aviation hub for aerospace that connects different industry sectors and also the education sector as well. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the airport handled a record 523 passengers in 2024. There has been successive years of passenger growth at YKF since the pandemic lows of 2020. Since that time period, volume of commercial services has grown substantially. Next slide, please. Airports are economic generators that encourage and facilitate employment in a variety of sectors. The different rings of economic impact support employment in many sectors for the local and provincial economy. Beyond the quantitative economic impact, the airport also serves as an important social connector. With increased commercial services to the region, it brings with it tourism by non-local visitors. Having good air connectivity also increases trade opportunities and connects the region to the regional, national, and global supply chains. The presence of YKF also supports other aspects such as search and rescue, medical, agriculture, and law enforcement services. From a GA perspective, YKF also supports the flight training activities to develop future generations in the aviation sector. Given this context, I will now pass things over to Selena to share in greater detail the results of the economic impact study. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Doris. So up here on the screen is showing the results of the direct impacts. So these are impacts that are attributed to all the operations and activities that are ongoing at the airport on site. So that if you remember this, one of the initial slides Doris had shown, this is that first light blue ring. So this is all attributed to the airport itself. And that amount in terms of monetary value, that amounts to about $220 million in economic activity altogether. When you look at the employment that's supported by this activity, that includes 660 direct jobs. So that's by airport, in terms of airport management, in handling commercial services. It also includes some of the on-site tenants at the airport, the maintenance and repair businesses that are on there, the flight schools that are on site at the airport as well. So all of that activity supports 660 jobs, earning a total of $50 million in wages. To get a better understanding of what that really means, when you look at it on an average per job, that's at around $78,000 per job, which is higher than the provincial average. The average annual wage in the province is about $64,000 across all industries. So this truly reflects that there are high-skilled positions that are supported by the airport's operations. When we look at the contribution to the economy, it is across the province, there's about 90 million generated in GDP. Next slide, please. The 660 jobs that I mentioned earlier is vast. There's a wide range of individuals that are involved in handling an aircraft, the passengers and the cargo, as well as all the different businesses from tenants and subtenants operating at airport property. So this image here shows how we try to categorize those 660 direct jobs and break it down a little bit more to be able to have a better understanding of what those different jobs are. Airport operators make up the largest share with 44% of direct employment, or 290 jobs. So this includes all of the employment related to commercial services and other air carrier operations, your charter carriers, and staff employed by airlines, for example, the ticket agents, your gate agents, and crew that are based out of Kitchener-Waterloo. Now, this also includes flight training, and so your flight instructors, the management of the flight schools, and maintenance as well. Below that box, you'll see the next largest category would be aviation support services. That accounts for about 24% of direct employment at YKF, and it's about equivalent to about 160 jobs. So this includes all of those that I mentioned earlier, needing to support the takeoff and landing of aircraft at the airport. So you've got ground handlers, aircraft maintenance, fixed base operators for fueling, air navigation at the control towers, and airport management staff as well. And then we also have government agencies operating out of the airport, including the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, our CATSA, for security of passengers going in and out of the airport. This accounts for about 90 jobs, or 14% of that total 660. There are also tenants involved with manufacturing, so it's aircraft products and parts. This category accounts for about 70 jobs, or 11% of direct employment. And there's also construction and building services. These type of firms located on airport property account for about 20 jobs, or 3% of employment. And then other employers at the airport to support passengers for passenger services include ground transportation, car rental, and your food and retail concessionaires at the airport. Together, these are about 30 jobs at the airport to assist passengers. So 660 jobs is quite significant, because if you think about it, from the last time the study was completed, this is almost double of the direct employment at the airport. When the study was last completed in 2015, that direct employment was about 300 jobs. So the growth in jobs really reflects the growth of the airport in terms of the level of passengers handled and level of other commercial activity at the airport. Next slide, please. As Doris mentioned earlier, it doesn't just end with the activity at the airport. All of the operations at the airport create a ripple effect across the economy, with all the different industries that support aviation and air transportation. For example, a supplier of parts, or food wholesale that supplies catering for the airlines. And then when these employees start spending their wages in the economy on groceries, retail, that also has an additional stimulating effect. So all of that is captured and estimated as well in the total amounts that are shared on this slide. So it's quite significant, with the overall economic activity amounting to 390 million. And then including those multiplier impacts, the total number of jobs supported across the province is about 1,300 jobs, earning about 100 million in wages altogether. When we look at the GDP contribution to the province, it's a total of 170 million. So the study also looked at the government revenue contributions that activity at the airport generates as well. This is looking at both tax revenues from each of the employees and their employers. So a lot of it is personal. We've measured personal income tax, corporate income tax as well. But we've also measured aviation-specific taxes, such as your fuel tax, or taxes associated with passenger flight. So altogether, it's about 28 million in tax revenues generated for each of the three levels of them. Again, this is quite significant in terms of just the total economic impact. Into monetary value, it's still definitely significant compared to 2015. Next slide, please. To provide a better understanding of those different components that I talked about earlier, this table breaks it down a little bit more. So the direct impacts is what I first talked about and broke down. But I wanted to show as well in that second line the indirect. So those, as I said, are those industries that supply or provide services to the firms located at the airport. And so that supports another 440 indirect jobs in the province, and about 50 million in GDP per year. Now that third line is that induced impacts. So again, these are expenditures by individuals that are employed both directly and indirectly by airport businesses. So it really represents the demand for goods and services that are generated by wage earnings from the economic activity that's directly related to the airport. So this induced employment is estimated at around 260 jobs in the province, and at approximately 30 million in GDP contributed to the provincial economy. Next slide, please. So what's next for YKF in 2025? There's a lot of growth that's occurred already in the airport, but more to come. 2025 is the year that the airport will celebrate its 25th anniversary, so definitely a significant milestone in its history and marking it as a vital transportation hub for the region. To support the ongoing growth at the airport, YKF has focused as well on initiatives to enhance its facilities to accommodate growing passenger demand. It involves continued awareness, increasing awareness to support local air services. It includes business development for its general aviation and commercial tenants, as well as infrastructure improvements like a terminal expansion, runway extension as well. So all of this is also part of the master plan that's being updated for council. So really reflecting the need to enhance the overall passenger experience and YKF's commitment to that. And next slide, please. So at this time, I'd like to open it up for any questions that you may have on our study and the results that we just shared.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think this is a good report, good story here. We do have a couple of questions from councillors. Councillor Hunick.
Thank you, Chair James. Last week, on behalf of the region, I attended the Rick Hansen Foundation Conference, which was excellent. I highly recommend it for staff and for councillors as well. There I learned about the accessibility certification that has been obtained by YVR, which is the airport in Vancouver, BC. I'm wondering if YKF has obtained that same accessibility certification, or if staff could look into it as a selling point for our awesome airport.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair James. Yes, I'm delighted to report that we started the analysis with the Rick Hansen Foundation back in 2024. I believe our audit from the foundation took place in August of last year, and we're within about a week. I think Chris was telling me earlier tomorrow. We should receive our certification tomorrow.
Amazing.
So
okay,
breaking news.
You.
I will also say that all of as council knows, we've done a lot of work out at the airport, and particularly in relation to the passenger experience, and all of that work has been done with ADOA compliance. So we're investing with a clear focus on that level of service.
Good, because accessible travel can be really hard to manage, but it's really important. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the very positive report. Definitely good news. And I'm a little concerned about the future. Do you expect significant economic impact with Canadian tourist travelers, business travelers' reluctance to now go to the U.S.? How do you think that will affect the airport?
Through you, Chair James, I can take a shot at that and then perhaps refer it over to our colleagues at Intervistas. Our assumption is that right now, with our summer season focused primarily on the domestic market, that we're going to have a fairly strong domestic or summer season. We've got a good commitment from airlines to provide domestic service across the country out of YKF for the summer. And then it will remain to be seen what happens with regard to the larger geopolitical and economic situation and how that affects the winter season next year. But I think we're expecting a fairly strong season through June, July, and August and September. Of course, the economic circumstances can change and will have some effect on air travel.
The only comment I would add to that is that while there are larger geopolitical aspects going on right now, we've seen that domestically that maybe Canadians may want to revert to actually staying within the country. So really is, it really does depend on, individual traveler preferences and whatnot. But the economic impact that we have just shared, it is a snapshot in time, so would need to sort of backcast that at a future point in time to see if there are any impacts.
Thank you. Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks for the report. Could you perhaps clarify, as reading the report, a lot of the data appears to be gathered in 2023, but there has obviously been significant growth through 24. Would the numbers actually be higher than what's in front of us, or could you maybe just comment on that year?
Yeah, I think just for the study, because we did need to have a certain point in time, and because the study was conducted in 2024, it was based on 2023 activities and operations. Since that point in time, if there have been like further developments and growth, that definitely would impact and change things.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. My question is about the taxes that are generated, and I notice in the report that you've broken it down between municipal, federal, and provincial. The presentation showed $28 million in taxes collected. The report showed 600,000 of that going locally, so that would be, I'm assuming, split between the region and the township. The point I want to make to anybody that's listening is that really shows how the property tax system is not adequate to cover the costs that are happening in this area. But I wonder if you can comment on those stats or if you have any further insights.
Those values were provided by the airport to us, and we understand that 600,000, or roughly 600,000, were property taxes that were paid by the tenants at the airport.
Through you, Chair James, I can confirm that. Yeah, so those are the airport collects municipal property taxes on behalf of the tenants, and then submits them to the township, and then through the township to the region. So that's correct. It includes a combined municipal property taxes by the tenants at the airport.
So one of the points that I really want to make is 2% of the taxes that are generated by the airport are coming shared between the region and the township. The other 98% go to the province and the federal government. And that, to me, was a real eye-opener to see how our tax system needs to be revamped.
Hear, hear, Councillor Shantz. New financial fiscal model. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I was going to make that point too. I kind of wondered if we're channeling Councillor Craig today a little bit. But yeah, no, I think it's really stark. And so my question around that was, are there additional federal and provincial support programs like for the capital investments and upgrades that we need at the airport, because they're taking 98% of the taxation generated. But I also just I should have started with I went to the airport on the Air Canada bus recently, and it was a very smooth experience. So just a reminder to people, if you're booking Air Canada, I know we also want people to book Flair, but it is a really good option to go from our region to Toronto. But just on the capital investments, because the province and the feds are taking 98% of the taxation, can you just maybe comment or share like what we're getting back in terms of investments, in terms of like for some of the capital upgrades and that we need?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair James. The airport's been pretty successful at attracting investment, particularly from the federal government. The Transport Canada has had a number of programs to support airports of our size. and they've made contributions, for example, for the aircraft parking stands that you see. If you look out in front of the departure lounge, those aircraft parking stands were, I think it cost approximately $4 million, and they were entirely funded by Transport Canada. Transport Canada has also funded 2 new fire trucks for the airport, and I think their value was in the range of $2.5 million in total. So the federal government has been quite supportive of the airport's capital program and its needs as it's growing to support additional air service, because we're needing to provide additional firefighting service, for example, as we hit some passenger targets that we've been successful at. So we do have a larger capital program. And I think the next generation of investments in the airport, it's going to be challenging to attract additional capital investment from the federal government, but we'll be doing our level best to put those applications together.
Thank you very much. And then just on another tract, I appreciate the report and the economic impact and the information that was provided in there. I was disappointed that there's not a reflection on the carbon, the impact that we also know the airport generates. And so I think that's also something that we need to be mindful of whenever we talk about the airport, because we know that air travel is a significant generator of carbon and pollution. So I would just request that if that could be considered for future updates, that there's an update on that, particularly regarding what improvements there's been made over year to mitigate the carbon that is generated from out in the airport writ large. So I don't know if there have been improvements. If there are, I'd love to hear about it today. Thanks.
Through you, Chair James, the sustainability strategy for the airport is a very serious part of the ongoing work that we're engaged with out there. We have created a carbon budget framework for the airport. We know we've measured the existing carbon. I don't have those numbers right at my fingertips at the moment, but certainly I think we have reported on the carbon budget for the airport in the past. In any case, we can refresh that information with you after the meeting. We are, as was mentioned in the presentation, in the process of preparing an updated master plan for the airport, which has significant sustainability initiatives. And just as a side note, because I know Councillor Erb requests this information from time to time. Last year, we partnered with Trees for Woolwich, and I think we saw several hundred trees planted along all the roads that are both internal to the airport, but also along the access to some of the other municipal roads in the area. So it's something that we take very seriously, and you can expect to see some more information as the plan evolves.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Erb.
Thank you. They say confession is good for the soul. The reason I was 45 minutes late this morning is I promised to pick up a grandson at the airport at Waterloo International. The flight was delayed by over an hour. Full flight coming in, though, on the red eye from Vancouver, and it was great to see bumper-to-bumper traffic there picking up people. A question on parking. I know that the long-term parking lot is closed during the winter, I think. When will that be opened again? And do we have some kind of how that generates revenue? That was a pretty big expansion out there.
Yes, through you, Chair James. I believe we're going to be opening up the parking lot in May. And the value lot, that's the large overflow lot, which we have off of Fountain Street. that lot has currently got space for about 800 cars, I believe, and it gets a significant amount of use during the peak seasons. In the off season, shoulder seasons and winter season, we don't generate that much parking demand, so we can accommodate that all that parking demand at the on the existing terminal location. As council may recall, that we did increase the parking rates this year, so we are. I think our daily rate out at the value lot is $15 now, and in the lots that are directly adjacent to the terminal, they'll be $20, I believe. So we generate a significant amount of revenue. I think it's in the range of a couple of $1 million a year. I don't have that figure right in front of me right now, but it's not an insignificant revenue source for the airport and for the region.
Good to know. And if I may just comment, thanks for the report, and to Chris and the team out there. I think we've come miles and miles and miles on this airport. It's a long game plan, and hats off to all the people that have had the vision to develop this into what it is and what it does for the region. Interestingly, last night I represented the region at an annual community update for the DeGroote School of Medicine at McMaster, and two of the things they were talking about that are benefits to them and attracting students and keeping them here are transit and the airport. And I said, well, both of these reports are going to be on our agenda today, and how important transit is to their community and where they're located, and the airport now for it being a regional airport. So I think it just goes to show you that while we say there's these spin-off jobs at the airport, there's spin-off jobs for every sector of the economy in the region, and how important it is that we recognize that when we're talking about the airport or we're talking about something else, it's not just that specific piece of e-commerce in the community. There's just implications for it all over. So hats off to the work that you're doing out there and the benefit that it's giving to the region.
Thank you, Councillor Hunig.
I should have mentioned this before. Sorry, Chair James. When we get the accessibility certification at YKF, can we put that out through social media and such? I think that would be really valuable, because traveling from Toronto with accessibility needs is very, very challenging.
Yes, of course, through you, Chair James, we'd be delighted to do that. And I also pitch the Air Canada service, which is also fully accessible with wheelchair ramps into the highway coaches.
I know that, and I think that's awesome, and other people need to know that too. So, thanks.
Excellent. Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you to staff and the consultants. It's not lost on all of us about the need for transportation and effective transportation, and this is all part of it. I do have a question regarding the airport master plan. Do you have a sense of when that will be coming back to council?
Right now, we're planning to bring it back for the June cycle, and that will essentially launch the public consultation process. So we want to present it to council and then use that as an opportunity to start a conversation with the community about the long-term direction of the airport.
Thank you. And Raj, you might be mad at me, but I'm going to say the noise. Okay, this report is for information. We are moving along on the agenda, seeing no further questions. Okay, we're moving along to the GRT business plan, item 7.1.2. I'm going to call on Commissioner Spooner to introduce the report and staff. And this would need a mover and a seconder at some point.
Through you, Chair. Council, as you can imagine, I'm incredibly excited to be here today to share with you the Grand River Transit Business Plan for a few different reasons. The first one is this launches off of our strategic plan. It builds from growing with care and turns a lot of those outcomes into mobility outcomes. The next is what we were able to do in terms of community and staff engagement. Our goal was to engage everybody who wanted to have an opinion on transit, and we've done a really good job. We effectively turned the region into a transit think tank for a year. And finally, this plan is completely in your control. It's scalable. We'll bring you recommendations each year through plan and budget. But now we know it's aligned with the wants of our communities, and they've prioritized it for us. Council, this also gives us a sense of renewal today to you and also to our customers. It represents a little bit of a GRT renewal as well. Our outgoing manager of transit development, Blair Allen, who's here today, was recently recognized as the William G. Ross Lifetime Achievement Award winner for the Canadian Urban Transit Association in recognition of his excellence over his 35-year career with both GRT and Kitchener Transit. On to the renewal part. Our incoming manager of transit development in his first week, about to present to you, Kevin Marshall, was recognized as a CUDA Young Leader. I'm so incredibly proud of our entire GRT team every day, but I thought fitting that our national association had recognized our teammates, I should do the same. Council, next, this is our first post-pandemic plan and the first since we launched the ION, and it's starting from a really great place. We're coming off tremendous post-pandemic recovery, including our record-setting 2023. But as you have seen, while we're aspirational, we're also realists. And we're monitoring the situation with international student caps and its impact on ridership. We're monitoring current economic and affordability challenges and its potential impact on ridership. And Council, we will continue as we did in last year's plan and budget to show you our recommended options and work with you to balance the costs of transit service with the benefits that our community enjoys. I also want to remind you that we run an efficient system today. Our cost recovery lands on an annual basis between 35% and 40%, meaning for every dollar we spend on transit, we recover 40 cents. That's through the fare box and it's through provincial grants. It's impressive for an agency of our size. I wanted to share with you two examples. Each time we issue a new schedule, which happens for us 5 times a year, we look at service efficiencies such as interlining. A reminder, this means that when a bus goes out, it doesn't run on the same route every time, it runs on the route that needs it next. Versus not doing that last year, that optimization exercise, GRT was able to save $7 million in just scheduling. Next, on buses, you'll recall our discussion about electric buses. That wasn't a discussion about electrification. We will continue to pursue that. It was an efficiency discussion, making sure that the battery technology didn't negatively impact our operations, but more importantly, that it didn't make transit more expensive now. The savings on that plan, that we were thankful for you supported, will result in savings in the hundreds of millions over the life of those bus procurement decisions. Finally, Council, I wanted to talk to you about affordability and make that point as we lead into Kevin's presentation. Auto Trader puts the average price of a new car at $67,000 and a used car at $36,000. I think we can anticipate those going up in year. The Canadian Automobile Association, CAA, places the annual cost of car ownership at $13,000. Council, the cost of a full-priced adult monthly pass for a whole year is roughly $1,200, a tenth of the cost. For the ATP program, it's under $600. This plan can help people maintain their mobility, especially as we move into uncertain economic times. Council, my team and I are really proud of the transit network. We're proud of this plan, and we recognize the benefits that come from it. And to our customers, both present and future, we are excited to show this plan to you, and thank you for building it with us. Kevin, take it away.
I know. What's that? Okay, Kevin, before you begin, just make sure to turn on your mic, but also indicate next slide when you're ready to turn.
I think okay. Or you guys are going to steer it? Okay. Thank you. So hello, I'm Kevin Marshall. I'm now the middle-aged leader, not young leader anymore. But I've had the pleasure of connecting with many of you on programs and committees over the years. So on behalf of staff, thank you for the opportunity to present today and for helping us work together to make sustainable transportation the easy choice for everyone across Waterloo Region. Over the next 10 minutes, I will walk you through the different sections of GRT's business plan and the proposed transit investment priorities that help increase speed and reliability, serve new areas, and make transit easier to use for communities across Waterloo Region. Next slide. But before we begin, let's quickly reflect on GRT's past 25 years and the transformative impact sustained investment in transit services has had on our community. For example, in 1999, you couldn't get a city bus between Cambridge and Kitchener-Waterloo. 25 years later, I'm here to share GRT's first business plan since the successful launch of Ion Bus and Light Rail Transit, record-setting ridership, and what you'll see in the coming slides, strong public support for GRT to connect people, jobs, and homes across the region. Next slide. So over the next few slides, you will see how our plan builds on the successful investments of the last 25 years to make transit the easy transportation choice for more people across the region. Next slide, please. So GRT's business plan responds to the region's projected population growth, transit priorities identified through the region's strategic plan, recent budget consultations, and projects by the area municipalities, and the success of Ion Bus and Light Rail, which have demonstrated how high-frequency transit can benefit our community. Ultimately, the GRT business plan will provide a roadmap for staff as we prepare transit investment proposals over the next 10 years and beyond. Next slide, please. Our guiding principles that shaped our planning and public engagement efforts throughout the plan focused on asking the following big questions. How can we make transit the easy first choice for people across Waterloo Region? So when we were out, we asked everyone, how can we make transit easier to use? Where and when can GRT serve you better? And how and where GRT should prioritize frequency and speed. We did this to better understand how we can improve transit freedom. So this is the concept that useful transit improves where you can go and what you can do in a 1-hour transit trip. So you have more time back in your day to do the things you want to do instead of trying to get to where you need to go. The plan's strategic focus areas identified at the bottom of the slide are frequency, speed, customer focus, new coverage, and the simple and intuitive network. These were shaped by the discussions we had and inform each transit investment priority I will present shortly. Next slide. There are 3 main parts to the GRT business plan, which we've often referred to as the Big B business plan, which are supported by new technology and affairs strategy. So those 3 main parts are the conventional bus and train business plan, the Mobility Plus and Kiwanis Transit Specialized Transit Plan, and the Township Transit Strategy. Each part of the plan has been tailored based off of what we've described as thoughtful region-wide engagement, which will be demonstrated on the next slide. Throughout the summer and fall, GRT reached out to riders, residents, partners, and staff to hear from everyone on their transit investment priorities and ideas. Our focus was on connecting with riders and residents across every community. We heard from more than 2,000 people that we connected with through station outreach, bus ride-alongs, neighborhood events, and online virtual sessions. We did targeted consultation for the Mobility Plus Specialized Transit Plan, reaching people living with disabilities who use the service and those who don't, as well as their caregivers and service organizations that support them. Our consultation with the Township Transit Strategy focused on virtual and in-person open houses and key community destinations in each township. We also built out a robust contributor network, which is shown in the diagram on the left. These people and agencies we consulted with on multiple occasions, and they helped us amplify our public engagement opportunities within their networks. Finally, we used our partnerships across regional departments. For example, we've collaborated really closely with the Waterloo Region Economic Development Strategy, which is comprised of both regional teams as well as every area municipality. And one I'm particularly proud of is working with our public health team, which provides information and resources to underserved neighborhoods using a GRT bus. And we joined their outreach in every municipality to hear from new voices and their ideas for GRT. Next slide. Several common themes emerged from our engagement, which supported comments heard throughout the development of the region's strategic plan and public feedback during recent budget consultations. So this included better frequency and all-day schedules across the network, reflecting our shift away from a traditional 9-to-5 community, opportunities to speed up transit trips between the cities, expansion to new and growing areas of the region, and a need to make transit more affordable for those who need it most. Some important themes to highlight are improved stop accessibility, which we're happy to share has been accelerated through the region's recent budget approval process for our capital program. There's also enthusiasm for improved and new township transit options. And now, this is not just for township residents, but also for city residents that want to access rural destinations, which demonstrates the value of the region-wide transit network we're building. And Mobility Plus riders shared how the services offered today improve their independence and empower them. This really demonstrates how transit investments have the power to let people live the life they want to live here in Waterloo Region. The following transit investment priorities can be found in the highlights section of the report presented to you today. Combined, they help make transit the easy choice by significantly expanding the service area of GRT, improving transit travel times, and better connecting communities across Waterloo Region. Start with the bus and train plan, which helps achieve the strategic focus areas identified by riders, key contributors, area municipalities, GRT, and the region. This includes increasing frequency to 10 minutes on weekdays on 16 key routes in Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo, adding trips to make the schedules more intuitive. GRT's focus will be on improving existing evening, weekend, and midday schedules to make transit easier to use and reflect our shift away from a 9-to-5 community. We're also looking to introduce rapid services to give riders up to 20 minutes back in their day. Highway services include combining 302 Ion Bus with a direct highway connection between Fairway and Conestoga stations, and introducing a new route connecting Conestoga and Sunrise Center stations. We're also looking at expanding services by bringing new routes to growing industrial areas and residential communities in Cambridge, Southwest Kitchener, and North Waterloo. And finally, we're looking at launching more late-night service and introducing a 24/7 services on key routes to support shift workers, students, and core areas. Next slide. The key priorities for the Mobility Plus and Kiwanis Transit Plan include meeting our demand for Mobility Plus services and targeting no unmet trips through new staff, modern technologies, and a bigger fleet. We're also looking to extend Mobility Plus service hours in coordination with GRT's overnight service network expansion, evaluate our conventional fare-free policies, enhance the Mobility Plus customer experience, and improve coordination between Mobility Plus and Kiwanis Transit. Next slide. GRT has also developed a township transit strategy that responds to requests for better access to and from rural destinations among township and city residents, while recognizing and balancing each township's unique community character. So the goal is to provide residents with better access to essential services and employment opportunities. And the future township transit network includes enhancements to existing fixed routes in Wilmot and Woolwich, future fixed routes for North Dumfries and Wellesley to connect to GRT's core network, and a great tie into the previous presentation, the introduction of a new fixed route service to Breslau and the region of Waterloo International Airport that connects to GO at Sports World and Kitchener Central stations, and the introduction of on-demand transit zones and exploration of co-mingling of services in each township to expand GRT's rural service area. So combined, our township transit priorities dramatically expand the service area of GRT to nearly all of Waterloo Region. Moving ahead to fares, our fare strategy focuses on diversifying revenues, supporting service improvements, and promoting affordable access to those who need it most. We're proposing to do this by providing support to families and caregivers by introducing free transit for children 12 years and under, enhancing GRT's affordable transit program to provide bigger discounts to those with the greatest financial need, matching future fare increases to annual service expansion, inflation, and comparable transit systems, and supporting our local workforce by expanding business account programs with GRT's new mobile app, GRT Pay, which you heard a little bit about today. Moving ahead to the benefits for the region, the transit priorities of the GRT business plan serve as an important upstream strategy to grow with care and unlock tremendous potential benefits for Waterloo Region. So for example, approximately 400,000 people and 200,000 jobs today are within 800 meters of the proposed frequent transit network. We're proposing new coverage for Southeast Cambridge residential communities, Cambridge industrial areas, Southwest Kitchener, and North Waterloo. This plan also shows transit options that are proposed for every township. Compared to today, we improve transit freedom across the region. The average rider can reach approximately 38,000 more people and 15,000 more jobs within a 1-hour transit trip compared to today. And commuters, particularly those traveling between Cambridge and Waterloo, can save over 20 minutes in travel times each direction. Overall, transit trips become more competitive and more affordable compared to cars and rideshare. And this is so important during an affordability crisis. Our future transit network can save people from needing to buy and maintain a second car. This plan can help unlock over $1,000 in monthly income that would otherwise be trapped in car ownership and maintenance costs. So good transit means more people have more money left in their pocket to live their life. As transit service expands, additional resources are required to operate and maintain the system. The combined GRT business plan features substantial transit service investments. GRT will deliver over 1.6 million service hours annually by 2034 and is comparable to many larger agencies like Mississauga or Winnipeg. The total estimated operating capital costs to achieve all priorities of the GRT business plan by 2035 in today's values are shown here for demonstrative purposes. An approved transit financial plan is required so staff can source future federal and provincial funding opportunities to achieve the priorities we've described here today. Most importantly, new transit costs will be refined on an ongoing basis as staff prepare annual service expansion plans for council's consideration through the region's annual plan and budget process. So moving ahead, the pun is intended here for next stops. And just one more slide there. So today, staff are here to answer any immediate questions you may have and get your support to hold a special committee meeting on April 16th to help us close the loop on our robust public engagement and hear from riders and citizens before seeking endorsement of the plan later this spring. So thank you very much for your time today. If you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you so much, Kevin. I do have a couple so far. Councillor Hunick?
Thank you, Chair James. I'm happy to shout from the mountaintops that I literally wouldn't leave my neighborhood were it not for the combination of conventional transit and Mobility Plus services. I love DRT, and I'll pay $100 for a shirt like Kevin's. But
it's a new revenue source, I think.
But that's not my questions. So, regional councillors, such as myself and maybe others around the table, to take some flack for the fact that we don't have age-related discounts like other municipalities do. But I know from several conversations with GRT staff that actually our ATP program is renowned across Ontario. So I wonder if the commissioner and or Kevin would like to speak to how ATP actually works better in providing everyone what they need.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hunick. Happy to have this discussion in council chambers. We've been presenting it at conferences on this topic. As you rightly noted, it's a well-recognized program. So what the Affordable Transit Program does is leans into our society's way of distributing resources and benefits, that being capitalism. So it recognizes that at some point, all resources break down into money, and then it uses income-tested means to distribute those discounts. So we feel like it does a really good job of capturing those who need the discount most. If you took any group that wasn't income tested, you would obviously find people in there eligible for the Affordable Transit Program, and you would find people who were not. And so our sense is this is the absolute right way to get the discounts to the people who need them most. Obviously, we've got counterparts in other jurisdictions who choose to do group-based discounts, but we feel like we've got it right here. Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
So it's worth noting that regardless of what age you are, if you need more affordable transit, you can get it through GRT, and I love that. I have another question that's not related to ATP. In terms of the specialized transit plan, I saw that we're going to rely on accessible taxis for all-night service, which is great because then I can work all day and party all night. I'm just concerned, though, because currently there is not 24-hour accessible taxi services available. So have we consulted taxi companies throughout our region to make sure that they are willing to collaborate, partner with us in this way?
Yeah, through you, Chair James. Neil Malcolm. Good morning, everyone. Acting Director of Transit Services. Thank you for the opportunity to answer that. So we haven't had direct conversation about how we'll deliver on the overnight specialized transit service component, but definitely as we launch, move towards launching a 24/7 network across the conventional, we'll need the complementary specialized services. So I see, potentially taxi operators as a key partner in the early delivery of that. If we have one or two accessible cabs operating 24/7 designated for Mobility Plus services, then we may move into more use of our existing Mobility Plus vehicles and operators, depending on the demand for the overnight services. So we haven't yet defined exactly how we'll deliver the overnight service on specialized, but we definitely need to partner with our current providers to deliver that service.
Okay, so my final comment, because I don't want to go over time, Chair James, is that those conversations happen sooner rather than later so that everyone is in the loop. And also, I saw in the business plan that the taxi locating software could be very valuable and a potentially shared benefit for a centralized taxi line. So if I can recommend to GRT staff that you connect with regional bylaw to see what cost savings exist there, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
All right, that's noted. Thank you, Councillor Hunick. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair James. I have multiple questions, so I'll only ask the first two. One, and this isn't a question, so it doesn't count. Councillor Spooner, I hope it doesn't count. No, you're not a councillor, are you? Mr. Spooner, Doug, your statistics on the automobile and the transit, which is what we talked about yesterday, that should be written down and put into the report. I think people need to see that in black and white. I think it's essential, the comparison. Also, with this wonderful new plan, which it is, what about affordability? How does it impact budget?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Councillor Foxton, thank you for the question. I think if we look at it in absolutes, we're looking at an additional net operating impact of $80 million with a network at maturity, and an additional revenue of $30 million at maturity. What I would frame this as is our net operating cost in this plan at full implementation is a 34% increase in our net cost, and it's a 63% increase in the service we can provide. The reason for this is we have a lot of the pieces in place today. We can add service incrementally at a cheaper rate than we could before. We've got the facilities, we've got the vehicles, and we know how to do it. So, you know, the transit at scale in a region is a big item. We know that, which is why we're saying it is completely scalable and that we're going to do it year over year. We don't guess. We do it based on data, we do it based on ridership, and so also encouragement to our current customers. If you want to see this plan in fruition, come and ride the bus with us. Thank you.
Excellent answer. The other one, my second one is, will the township now have to pay for the LRT in their taxes?
Through you, Chair, very good question. So the way that the current structure is set up is called area rating. And so if we think about a route like Route 21 that runs to Elmira, there is a portion of that covered by the city of Waterloo, effectively the region. As soon as we cross into a township boundary, the township actually takes the cost of every kilometer that we run. And so in our current governance setup, no, the cost of LRT Stage 2 would not be borne by the townships. Thank you.
But Stage 1 would?
Stage 1 is not either, no.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I'll go with the bottom of the list, please.
All right. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to Commissioner Spooner and his team for the consultations that he's been doing. We've enjoyed having that consultation and being listened to. I guess a couple of things, or maybe just an encouragement to ensure that as we go through these pieces in the townships, that our township councils are kept informed, and that you come in and speak to us, and that we have input into it, being it is area rated. And I guess that would be the main thing in terms of the Breslau route. You know, we've got some questions around timing and some of those things, but I think you've had those discussions with some of our staff. So I just want to make sure that the townships are consulted going forward.
Commissioner Spooner, can you just speak to some of that collaboration with the townships through this process?
Yeah, through you, Chair. And so I think, you know, you heard Kevin speak about one of the most exciting pieces of this, which is it's one network for Waterloo Region. Councillor Foxton, I joked with you, I didn't realize how popular the animal hospital in Ayr was until we started into this consultation, and people are very excited to travel. Due to the nature of area rating, the impact of the township transit strategy, which as a standalone item has an operating cost of up to $4 million, again, at full implementation. And we don't anticipate cost recovery in that service as we would in a highly urban area. We just won't have the density to generate the ridership. And so what we need to make sure is that those impacts will be felt by township taxpayers, and we want to establish a transit culture, not scare people away from a transit culture. So need to be very respectful, need to make sure that we're working with our township partners as we implement, that we do it in a way that is respectful of that decision, and also that we can start to display the benefits. Obviously we have to show some cost up front, but we can display the benefits quickly in that township plan. Thank you.
Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions interrelated. With regards to the area rating, then why is Cambridge right now being having to pay for the LRT?
Through you, Chair, I wasn't here when that decision was made. My understanding was it was related to the LRT decision, and that it was actually related to the broader Central Transit Corridor. And so with ION Stage 1 implementation, we also saw the implementation of the 302 ION bus, and now the report that will come back in November will speak to the opportunity to extend rapid transit all the way down to Ainsley Terminal. So I'm sorry I don't have the full history. That's my understanding of that decision.
Well, I think we should have a look at that. If I may, Madam Chair, the LRT and the GO train regarding Cambridge, the reports specifically, when are they coming down?
Through you, Chair. So two different projects there. Rapid Transit to Cambridge, that report the initial business case looking at the three options is coming back to Council in November. We'll seek support for one of the options, remembering that that is the process that we need to go through. In terms of the Cambridge to Guelph rail service, so we were waiting for the new provincial minister to be appointed. It's actually the current minister will remain. We've got the package together. Our team has visited all 5 of our area municipal partners who are involved in that project, and we will this week be submitting that package, which Council had previously supported to the province. And so what that asks for, we had done an initial business case. It asked the province, effectively Metrolinx, to assume the preliminary design business case and eventually that rail service, but it also asks for bus service in the interim between Kitchener and Guelph.
Okay.
Sorry, Cambridge and Guelph.
Cambridge and Guelph. But if I may, Madam Chair, I think it's imperative we look at the next 10 years. I think there has to be an emphasis in that business plan that we've just looked at for bringing Cambridge up to the same status of frequency in terms of LRT and GO train. And I think that should be a top priority, if not the top priority, because this has been going on for years of waiting for this system to come in or to get some knowledge. And again, we get 3, I think Mr. Spooner talked about 3 different options for the LRT. There was never 3 options for ION 1. It was just LRT all the way. And so I'm very interested in how this is going to play out. And I am watching it. And I'm emphasizing with members of council that it's imperative that we reassure the residents of Cambridge it's a priority. And that shouldn't just come from me. It should come from everybody here. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Spooner, do you want to respond?
Yeah. Through you, Chair. So I am excited. I'm excited about our past 2 years in transit in Cambridge. We were able to do the network redesign, which resulted in increases in ridership and some obvious time savings. I'm really excited about the next 10 years in this plan of what's in there for Cambridge. You rightly noted stage 2, and I think you appreciate my team's job is to bring options to council. We'll make that first decision in November. The Cambridge to Guelph bus and then rail connection, I think, is a missing link. We've shared before that that is the largest unserved commuter corridor outside of the GTHA, and so that's a compelling argument for service. And finally, you'll see in the plan one of the major components of the capital. In fact, the major item of the capital plan is the new Cambridge garage, and so we've outpaced our size in Cambridge, and so we're looking for provincial and federal support again for a facility that will be similar in size to that was built in North Waterloo at Northfield. So there are some compelling arguments in here for transit in Cambridge. We're excited about it. And I think the network redesign showed us that there is a culture of transit and Cambridge is ready.
I appreciate that, Mr. Spooner. And I'm just thinking of the next 10 years, I hope I'm here for it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Craig, you will be. Councillor Foxton, or sorry, Councillor Wolf.
I know you're, through you, Madam Chair, you're as bad as our other chair, Chair Redmond, with confusing the animals. Anyway, I have to echo Councillor Craig's comments. The frustration in Cambridge is the length of time it takes to get anywhere. We've had delegates here, actually from Waterloo, who when invited to speak in Cambridge said, oh no, I don't have 2 hours to spend to get there. And, you know, I hear this, you know, from our residents that it's the transportation system, though I agree it's getting better, is still not good enough. And I applaud the changes that have been made. I realize we don't have unlimited money to do all the things we'd like to do for transit, but I totally agree with Councillor Craig that Cambridge deserves to be a priority. We have been paying for the Ion 1 from day one, and we don't use that service the way people in Kitchener, Waterloo, and even townships when they go there. You know, when we looked at how people travel, we are traveling actually more to Guelph, Toronto, et cetera, than going in that direction. So we desperately need a GO bus, a GO train, rapid transit, an Ion. And it seems in this, when I look at our plans, we're, you know, buying land in Breslau. We're doing the Victoria Street station. We're doing the hub. We're doing a lot of things, new bus routes, et cetera. And I don't see the priority for Cambridge. And we've waited long enough. And I think we really need to say, okay, maybe the Victoria Street station can wait. Maybe the underpass can wait. Maybe we need to look at buying land at, Pine Bush and Hespeler Road, where we say we're going to put a hub, but we haven't tried to buy land there. We haven't done anything. Whereas I see we're moving forward in all the other areas. I did have a specific question too about the new Cambridge garage. Would that have charging stations so that we can have electric buses running out of there? Because obviously that's going to be our future. So I would like to see that. And I guess that's it. And again, I know it sounded like I guess I did complain a lot, not just sound like it. But I do think this is a very positive report. I'm very excited about what we've done in transit, and I'm looking forward to the new changes. And especially to your team, and I think you're doing an excellent job.
Through you, Chair. Councillor Wolf, we'll call that encouragement or advocacy. How about that? Look, I think you've raised a few really important points. Let's knock off the question first. The Cambridge garage will be ready for electrification. We know that's in our future, so similar to how we developed Northfield, we'll have that capability. Next, time savings. This is one of my favorite parts of the plan, and the service that I would anchor to in discussing it is the Highway Express. So we know now that by introducing that Highway Express, a trip from Ainsley Terminal to Conestoga Mall, we can save 20 minutes. A trip into Kitchener, we can save 10 minutes. That's in one direction. So if you think about the opportunity for somebody in our community making that trip today, which they do, to have 40 minutes back in their day, 20 minutes back in their day, that's really, really substantial. And so we agree. we want to build more transit. We want to make it faster. We want to make it more convenient. That is what underpins the plan. So we'll share in those aspirations with you for Cambridge and for the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leggett.
Thank you. I want to echo what my other two fellow councillors from Cambridge said, and I had asked previously from our treasurer how much Cambridge taxpayers have been paying into the whole system, the LRT, since day one. And I was actually blown away by the multi millions that we have contributed to that without having it. It's really astounding and it's disturbing. But aside from, I just wanted to support them with their comments. But aside from that, my question, Doug, is with the GRT, where and when does the input happen for requests for changes from the public to services? Where and when do they fit into the plan?
Through you, Chair. Councillor Liggett, fantastic question, and thank you, because I think many of us and our customers will be sitting and asking the question of when, because there isn't a year-by-year implementation plan. We felt that was really important that we didn't have one, and the reason for that, again, is that we're a data-driven organization, so we're not going to guess. I think when you think about if somebody looks at that service map today and says it doesn't quite do what I need it to do, that's okay. That's the plan we have costed. That's the plan we know how to implement. But we're an ongoing engagement, continuous improvement organization. And so obviously folks are welcome to join us, and we'd encourage you on April 16th at the input session. But we're engaging all the time. You can provide that input to us any time of year through the Service First call center, to our feedback form on grt.ca. So this is a moment in time. We're very excited about this plan, but there will be changes to the network through the 10 years as we implement this plan. There'll be changes in land use, there'll be changes in travel patterns, and GRT will respond to those and make sure we're ready to provide service. Thank you.
Okay, so the request that I sent through to you during this meeting, you've received that and you'll look into that. Great.
Yeah, through you, Chair, received and sent on already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I'd like to
Great job. Great job, by the way.
Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much. And yeah, adding to the kudos, really great job, really responsive. Really appreciate all the outreach you did to, in particular, some of our nonprofit groups and cultural groups to really get their input. And I see that reflected here, so really appreciate that. And really excited about the Highway Express stuff as well. That's really great. And I think your comments about the affordability piece, like there's a lot of talk for the last year or so about affordability and what can governments do. And, you know, I've heard some people say governments can't really do much to move the needle on affordability, but I think this is clearly one place we can move the needle on affordability for people greatly, you know, reducing the need to buy a second or third or maybe even a first car. Like that's a huge affordability issue. And it also is addressing a lot of the social determinants of health. So I think it's, you know, transit is much more than one thing. So thank you very much for that. A couple of questions, and then I had a question about the motion as well. So I don't know if you, where you wanted me, Chair, to ask my question about the motion, but the questions particularly about the plan are, if you could provide an update, maybe, oh, sorry,
So
did you want me to?
the motion needs to be moved and seconded first, and then if you've got.
So one of my questions
question
about
first.
maybe a slight change to the motion. So, but my other questions are just if we could get an update, because you did such a great job with the UPass for the post-secondary institutions. Just wondered where we're at with our Catholic School Board and our regional school board in those discussions, because I think this is really compelling work that sort of tells them even more so why they should get on board, pun intended.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Through the chair, thank you for the pun, appreciate that. So I've had the opportunity to work on all of our universal transit pass programs with the post-secondaries, and I've collaborated really closely with our GRT team and members of both the Waterloo Region District School Board, Catholic District School Board, and Student Transportation Services of Waterloo Region, STSWR, to look at opportunities for, you know, what does that unlock and what are some of our shared goals and objectives for a program like that. Under those investigations, you know, we all recognize the value here beyond just getting students to and from school for bell times, but the idea of what it means for unlocking economic development opportunities as far as after school job opportunities, being a healthier community by having access to curricular sports outside of school hours, and just being able to connect with family and households. The biggest piece we're working on with our board partners, we've identified that how student transportation funding currently works at the provincial level. The Ministry of Education provides funds to the boards. We receive some funding through our Ministry of Transportation as well through gas tax programming. One of the biggest pieces we've identified as an opportunity for us collaboratively as working as with the region and with our board partners to encourage the ministries to collaborate and look at better opportunities to prioritize public transit in some of those funding arrangements, particularly in the Ministry of Education student transportation funding opportunities. So we've seen some recent updates to that funding model that is potentially going to make it easier for us to expand some of our existing high school programming with our board partners. So basically leveraging those administrative and financial programs that exist today to expand to more students. I would say it's a work in progress. So we're looking to champion that with our board partners. We shared a similar message to this at a WRDSB meeting earlier this year. I think the biggest thing is that the boards and us continue to work together to look at those opportunities and try to champion this message. I think one of the biggest pieces we're conscious of, though, is making sure that we make the most of funding opportunities that exist today to balance the pressures on our local community and particularly the students or households that would benefit from that program. So we're really looking to leverage those provincial programs where we can. So more to come on that, and hopefully I'm hopeful that by September this year I'll share an update that shows you the progress we're making towards expanding what we offer today.
Okay, thank you very much. That's really good to hear. And just a really technical question. I'm just curious about the articulated buses versus double-decker, because articulated, wouldn't that mean that we need to create like longer bus stops? And so I'm curious why we wouldn't go up instead of longer.
Yeah, through you, Chair James. Yeah, that's a really good question. That's exactly correct. So if we start to procure 60-foot buses instead of the regular 40-foot buses that we procure today, we would need expanded, a third door basically at a bus stop. So instead of a 12-meter landing pad, it would have to be longer to accommodate the third door so people can get on and off the bus at all three doors if we had different fare paying requirements. So we don't have a lot of stops with that yet. We've built some facilities to accommodate a 60-foot bus, but very limited. When we opened the Northfield Garage a couple of years ago, we built it with hoists and maintenance facilities to handle a 60-foot articulated bus, but we have not yet procured any. They're on the roadmap, of course, and we do want to have them. It's easier to deploy a bus and a half versus two buses in terms of labor costs and deployment. So there's lots of good reasons to have articulated buses, and we will go there. Just need some more infrastructure to support them.
Thanks. But I was wondering why we, just to save the space, why we
Councillor
wouldn't go
McCabe,
up.
Commissioner Spooner is going to respond to that.
Yeah. Councillor McCabe, having worked at an organization that had double-decker buses, I think you should absolutely think about the difference between long versus high. But the challenge with double-decker buses is the number of impediments along the roadway. So if you think about bridges, the amount of tree trimming required. So at its face, you would look at it and go, that makes complete sense, and then you realize there are actually more restraints of height than there are of length. And so I'm supportive of the plan for articulated buses. You are right, we are going to have to expand some bus platforms and make sure they fit lengthwise. I would much rather do that work than an ongoing operating cost of tree trimming or geofencing where the bus can go, because it would not be able to cover the whole region.
Okay, thanks for that, answering that curiosity of mine. And then just on the motion, do you want me to deal?
Yeah, you can say what your
Yeah, my thing about the motion, I support what's in there, but you'll recall that at budget time, budget 2024, I brought forward a motion that was deferred to this point with the GRT plan about implementing a solution for Vista Hills, the Costco Business Park, Generation Park business area. And so I'm just curious, should I add that? Should I look to amend the motion to add that into this, or how should we deal with that?
I think that would be a completely separate motion on its own. You're referring to the Vista Hills.
It was deferred to be part of the GRT business plan discussion. That's my recollection. So
okay. Commissioner Spooner, do you want to, we spoke about this, but
through you, Chair. So We did make a time and place move on this one. This was a motion for improved transit service for the Vista Hills neighborhood. So we have the service designed, we have it costed, it is shown in the plan. It becomes an implementation question, and so I should have caught this at the time. When we deferred it to the business plan is not the implementation plan. And so we have two options here. You could amend it to the business plan approval and ask that it be prioritized in year one, or we could again defer it to plan and budget. I think the challenge for us becomes on some of these, if we're thinking about the implementation timelines of something that would come later this year in plan and budget. The first time we would see a fare change is July 1st of 2026, and the first time we would see a service change is September 1st of 2026. So there is a decision. I don't have guidance, but recognizing that we had deferred a motion that doesn't quite fit now, we'll need to figure out what to do with it, absolutely.
Okay, so could I, go ahead.
I was going to suggest this probably requires a discussion with staff on the approach, Councillor McCabe. We've got some time. Is there something between now and May when this comes back that we can potentially work into this? Or do you absolutely want it in this motion now?
No, if we can work on it for when it comes back, I'm fine with that. I mean, I think between the councillors that represent Waterloo, we're really appreciative of the work staff have done to identify a solution there, because it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, the sooner it can be implemented, really, obviously, would be the goal. So with that, I would make a move. I would move this report.
Okay. Do I have a seconder so that the motion's on the floor? Councillor Hunick. Councillor Hunick. Okay, I do have a few more speakers in the queue, and then we're going into a second round. So, conscious of time and a lot on the agenda today, to ask the second round to keep it brief and to stick to the specific question for staff. One question, and I think if there are things that need to be taken offline for further discussion, we do have a public engagement session coming up, and then this will come back to council. So, I'll move on to Councillor Verbanovic.
Thanks, and this is my first round still, so yeah.
Not you. There's second people in the queue.
Thanks so much, and I just want to begin by thanking staff for a really good, comprehensive report. I think a lot of good work has gone into it. I know they've engaged with our city staff and want to acknowledge that as well. And in doing so and sort of listening to some of the comments from my colleagues, also want to emphasize the focus both on rural and want to speak to the Cambridge piece, because I think if we're going to talk about a interconnected series of cities and townships that are part of this regional federation, it's so important that we have strong transit interconnectivity going forward as our communities continue to grow. Was really pleased to see the 24/7 route piece in there, as well as the the components around on demand, and I think there's something to be potentially partnered or married there in terms of that as it rolls out. And I guess it gets to, I'll now just get quickly to my three questions, and I'll throw them out there, and Mr. Spooner or others can answer them. Number one, pleased to see the youth piece in there. I will say, notwithstanding the comments from Councillor Hunick, that the piece that I hear the most about from residents still is the senior piece, the older adult piece. While I understand the principle that we're either not communicating it adequately enough, or quite frankly, it's just not resonating with the community. And so I think if we want to continue to get broad buy-in, we may need to look at how that evolves going forward. And I will just flag, that going along with that is also the piece in particular for older adult veterans and how that fits into it. And so staff may want to comment on that. Secondly, in the section that talks about financial impact, I'm wondering if we've been monitoring in terms of the federal election and how the different parties are responding. We want to obviously make sure that our needs are looked after regardless of who gets elected ultimately later this month. And so, any thoughts on that? And then finally, I'm pleased to see the additional meeting on the 16th. I do think one of the things that would be helpful is that in addition to that, that for those municipalities that are able, and we talked about this on Friday during the session, that we provide an opportunity for staff to do a presentation to our area municipalities between now and when this comes back in May. I think now is the time to do it so that people aren't sort of being brought up to speed after the fact, but in fact hear it before it's finally approved and have an opportunity to provide any input. Our area councils all deal with these issues on a regular basis as well. And whether we're talking the cities or the townships, there is interconnectivity. And so, as I said to you on Friday, I'm certainly willing to commit to providing a space in the timeline over the next month. And I'm sure the other members of council who are mayors may want to do the same as well. So any thoughts on that from staff as well?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Just a light few questions there, Councillor. First, let's talk about seniors, because I think it's an important discussion to be had. And just a reminder that transit is never free. There are two ways to pay for transit. There's user pay at the fare box, or there's community pay, in which we all pay through our taxes. We have two programs today for seniors. Obviously, the Affordable Transit Program for those who qualify, it's a 55% discount. A single individual would qualify with an annual income or pension of under $31,000, a two-person household under $44,000. The province also offers an annual tax credit of 15%. So even for folks who don't qualify for our ATP program, there is qualification. Look, I think as a group fare, you've heard a bit of the challenge that my team faced in coming up for the argument as a group. We think about the youth 12 and under opportunity a bit different. That's a customer acquisition play. We'll build riders for life. Happy to further explore, opportunities for seniors. I think there are some good programs in place. In terms of the federal election, we're obviously monitoring. There are some big federal commitments made to the region of Waterloo. A few weeks ago, the Canadian Public Transit Fund, there was an announcement here of $72 million over the next 10 years. We're monitoring all things in this election. No real sense yet. I think transit is a popular investment at a federal level. We've seen that through numerous governments. So not anticipating big change, but haven't seen any major changes or commitments to date. In terms of the third one, I think we'll have a timing challenge and a bit of a what are we talking about challenge. Let me walk you through this. A visit to local councils prior to May 6th. So we were planning on doing a bit more in the fall when we have the implementation plan. And I think we might have a slight disagreement here. I think where we really get great feedback from area municipal councils is closer to ground issues, individual routing, bus stops, and not necessarily, and I'm not saying we couldn't, I just said we haven't to date at the strategic level. So I'm not sure if we will have time to get to all 7 area municipal councils prior to May 6th. Happy to take a look at it if that is council's wish. But we did plan to come with the implementation plan as a bit more of a focus. Thank you.
Okay, and I appreciate the challenge and also the need to move this forward. I guess, what I would say to you is that I think if we want to build trust and support and understanding with our area partners, doing that early on is really critical. This is a big plan that's going to have big budgetary impacts that will involve, certainly at the rural areas, budget impacts on them in terms of area rating, but also there are components where you're going to have to partner with area municipalities in terms of infrastructure improvements and so on. And so, yes, that second piece is important, but I think coming after the fact doesn't buy the goodwill that's necessary and the trust between the area municipalities and the region on something so significant. I know I raised this in my mayoral update on our council agenda last night. There was significant nods from council looking forward to actually having a presentation happen and having that opportunity to both hear, learn, support, and or provide any input. So I would really encourage to, even if it means a few extra weeks, to get it right. I think it's more important to get it right than to rush it. And so I will be prepared to move that as an amendment at the appropriate time.
Okay, Councilor Urbanovic, I just want to say, we've known about this business plan for months. And I think coming to staff, what seems like at the last minute to now request that staff go to every area municipality when there was an opportunity to present this months ago. And I know that our staff have been working with area municipalities on this in collaboration with local community. So, I mean, if you put something forward, fine, but I do think that at this hour, when we know that we've had residents come in, we've had discussions, motions to be added to the business plan, and to ask at the 11th hour, essentially, to go to every council, I think that there was an opportunity that could have been presented months ago. So,
Respectfully, Chair James, I just want to be clear. Council had their first presentation of this in small groups last week. That was the first time that we saw this in this comprehensive nature. Talking to our staff at the area municipalities is not talking to elected officials. It'd be like suggesting that, talking to regional staff is like talking to us. And you know that this council would have a concern with that. And so what I'm trying to suggest is that it is important that we partner and engage with our area municipal partners. I'm prepared to move it. If this council sees fit, they will support it. If they don't, that will also send a message. And so I would hope that we would give that serious consideration. It's not an 11th hour request. It's when the information first became available. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Urbanovic, respectfully, I can respect that. I just know that there's been a pattern. This has come up before again with, what was the last thing where it was with the ASE cameras, I believe we had to go to council. So I'm conscious of that, and you can put the motion on the floor, absolutely. It needs a seconder, and you can work with clerks. We can take 5 minutes for you to get the wording for that. You have the wording? Okay. Other questions for the amendments been presented? Okay, so Councillor Urbanovic, your amendment is that staff be directed to meet with all area municipalities in advance of the approval on May 6th, 2025. So you've moved it, seconder?
Hold on, Madam Chair. As I indicated, that we're obviously delaying this in order to fit in another meeting of regional committee. So that's being proposed. If the right date is May the 6th in order to accommodate area councils, then that's the right date. If it means that we need to either do it at special council at the committee day that follows that, or even the June date, I think taking additional time is right. And so I'm looking to Mr. Spooner for some guidance on what it would take. And if some municipalities don't want those presentations, that's their prerogative as well.
And the presentations would be for information specific just with your council.
That's correct. And obviously council would then be able to ask questions and provide input.
Okay, Commissioner Spooner?
Through you, Chair. So just a timing challenge for us. We look to lock in no, that's in year. I don't have a timing challenge with this one. We're obviously hopeful to have approval on May 6th. If we move to June, I don't think there's any immediate impacts because we are into it. We'll be a bit delayed in prepping our plan and budget package, but there wouldn't be, other than us maintaining our excitement for another month, any major impacts to us. Thank you.
Okay, so it is completely doable from a staff perspective, and even looking at the agendas coming forward. Okay, all right. Who is the seconder on this? Councillor Salonen? Okay. And now discussion on the amendment. Councillor Hunick?
Yeah, Chair James, my question with respect to the amendment would be why representatives from municipalities didn't come to one of the many community input opportunities.
I don't know if that's for me to answer, but I think the question is, and maybe this is a question for staff, when you were having the public engagement and those opportunities, were there, the best to your knowledge, representatives from area councillors that were present there?
Looking at my engagement team too, I would say they weren't restricted, but I wouldn't know fairly how much representation from any of the area municipalities elected officials were in attendance. Sorry.
Okay.
My question was more rhetorical in nature. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair. And I totally understand where Councillor Vujanovich's coming from. So our councillors are busy, as everybody else is here. Most councillors work full-time, and they live in the townships. And they're committed to a lot of different committees and things in their municipalities. So I can see that. I don't know if they went. And I appreciate that Mr. Spooner allowed me to have a meeting regarding this yesterday. But even if they went to those meetings, this is the end package. This is the whole deal. And this is, in my opinion, a very good deal. Should you not meet with the area municipalities and we move forward with this and pass it, the first thing my public and my council is going to say, do we have to pay for ION? Now, if they didn't hear this meeting today, they would make that assumption. They would think of all the negatives. And this report takes away those negatives. I understand your time constraint, and I if I could help it along, I would. Even doing a tape, sending your report and doing a tape video, I don't think there's going to be a ton of questions because I think it's really well done. I really, really do. But the inclusiveness takes away the negatives. When people are totally engaged, totally understand, they get excited rather than they get fearful.
Anyone else to speak to the motion? Councillor Salonen?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you to Councillor Verbanovic for bringing this forward. I know last night at our council, we actually had a development application come forward, and councillors were asking how the region plans to include this in their future transit plans. So the discussion of this coming forward then came up, and there was definitely interest from my councillors to learn more and know more. Councillor Hunick, to your rhetorical question, I mean, I would just elaborate on the fact that even if they did go, they'd be going as members of the general public and not in their capacity as councillors. So although their insight would be of value in that setting and that capacity, having it in a setting where they are elected officials, having input on a plan that at the end of the day, in rural municipalities at least, their tax dollars are, well, their taxpayer is heavily impacted by area-rated transit, is really important. For example, to expand the services for Bus 77 in Wilmot, to have weekend service, you're looking at $500,000, which is about a 5% tax increase on my tax base locally. So that is a huge impact that my councillors hear about, even though transit is not in their sole jurisdiction. So it is really important to have it brought to our local councils, as well as I would say anecdotally. And we do lots of important work at both levels of government, but we have more engaged residents in Wilmot at our lower level. So I think it's fabulous for staff at the region to have an opportunity to celebrate and highlight the great work that we're doing here in another forum. And I think that it would get even more people engaged in the process because, again, speaking in terms of rural, in Wilmot, we only have one bus that has minimal users. Those that do use it, it is a great asset. However, not everybody else really realizes the type of planning that we're doing and that it may have a future impact on them in a really positive way of getting more transit services out there to them. So I think that this really can be great in expanding what we want to do here at this table and really express that to residents who may not right now even realize that transit could have a great impact on their quality of life. So I am definitely in support of this, and even if it doesn't pass, I would still be more than happy, Mr. Spooner, to arrange if your staff would be able to come out to our council in the future.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, thanks. Listening to the comments from my colleagues, I mean, look, I would say to you, I would struggle with this amendment and I'm likely to not support it. This is a regional initiative. I trust that our staff have been working with, our other municipal partners. I think of the province with a Go Transit. I don't see them bringing a plan to to regional council for input or feedback, and I don't see the federal government engaging, our level of government on a via transit plan. The body as to which that should be approving this is the region. It's at our table. We've got representation from all of the municipalities here at our table, and I believe that's where that decision should lie, frankly, and trust that staff have been working with our partners from our other local municipalities to keep them updated. But transit is a regional initiative, and that decision should be left here at the regional table.
Okay, Councillor Rodriguez.
I had a question on the main motion, not the amendment.
Are there any questions regarding the amendment? Councillor McCabe?
Yeah, thank you. And I guess I'm disappointed to hear about this amendment because, at the City of Waterloo, we know our staff the regional staff engaged with municipal staff months ago. Our city staff then provided an update to our council and asked for input, which we provided, and then we provided to regional staff. So that was the process that we used. So our staff have asked questions, our city council in Waterloo took the time throughout the process to ask questions, to get informed, and to provide that information to regional staff. So I think, there was an opportunity for all of us to do that with our staff teams, right? And to do that with your city council. We knew this business plan has been, and the consultation has been ongoing for close to a year. So I guess, there was an opportunity to do that. And I think the onus on that is really on the heads of councils to do that, and to bring that back to your council and to make sure that staff are bringing that forward to you. So I think, as Councillor Harris said, this is a regional decision. People had nearly a year to provide their input. I know our city council and our city staff took that opportunity to do that. And I just think adding these extra consultations is taking staff's time away from the rest of the work they need to do. This does take a lot of time because there's 8 municipalities. And so I would just suggest that respectfully that this is something that you should have done with your councils if you were interested in doing it over the past few months. So I guess I would ask why you didn't take that opportunity, and why now you're adding to the process now.
Okay. Councillor Urbanovic?
Point of privilege. In all due respect, staffs deal with each other on a regular basis, and it's not City of Kitchener staff's responsibility or my responsibility as a head of council to have our staff break any trust and confidences with regional staff in a developing process and direct them to come to our council and make a presentation unless regional staff ask our staff on a regional project to actually engage in that manner and do that process. To the best of my knowledge, and I acknowledged the collaboration between staff at the beginning of my comments, but to suggest that our elected officials, and I'll note there's one in the room here today, don't have a right or an interest in knowing what's going on is quite frankly disrespectful to the area municipality.
Point of order. Point of privilege. Sorry, that is the point of privilege. Point of order. There was no way that I was suggesting that people have no right to access to information. What I was saying, point of privilege then, excuse me.
Point of privilege. Okay.
No, it's not. I mean, how is
all right,
he's misrepresenting what I said.
We're going to take 5 minutes and cool off, and then we'll come back and we'll have the vote, and then we'll move on to the main motion from there. Thank you. Oh, go Titans. Okay, we're going to come back together, everyone. Chantel, it's the perfect day to bring it, wasn't it? All right, okay, so we are going to vote on the amendment. There's been enough discussion regarding this amendment. We've heard, different perspectives and sides of this, so we'll vote on Councillor Urbanovic's amendment, seconded by Councillor Salonen. Staff, you have confirmed that there'd be enough time to engage with the area council and then potentially come back to council.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I was waiting to speak to the amendment. And
Okay.
Whether the conversation has happened with others or
Hold on,
not.
Councillor Liggett. Okay, so you want to speak to the amendment?
Can I,
Who else is in the queue to
I
speak to the
do,
amendment?
thank you.
can I
Thank you,
clarify the
Madam Chair.
amendment?
Thank
So
you. Okay, Councillor Liggett, before you go ahead, Councillor Urbanovic is going to clarify the amendment
Yeah,
for
so,
us.
so what I had indicated was with all interested area municipalities. So if a municipality chooses to not have one, that's their prerogative.
That works. Thank you. Councillor Liggett, go ahead and speak to the amendment.
Yes, thank you. I just want to make the comment that I think it's unfair and not realistic to expect lower tier members of council to be up on everything that's happening at the region, no different than, our regional councils for each municipality to know what's going on in each of our lower tiers as well. And as Councillor Foxton has stated, a lot of them work full time. They're so overwhelmed with the work that they've got to do. So I think this amendment is a good amendment, especially when it says that all interested, only if they're interested will they do that. I'm not sure that ours will. I will put it to them to see if they want to hear it, but I think it's really important that those that are representing the people in the area municipalities who get all the complaints and all the emails and all the calls and stopped on the street or the grocery store about the service, they have the opportunity to share in their concerns as well. And I think that's a great plan. I absolutely love it, but I also appreciate Mayor Urbanovich's ask for that consideration. So I'm going to support the amendment for that purpose.
Okay, so the amendment will be on the floor. You'll be prompted to vote in e-scribe.
I thought I had a request to speak.
Okay, Councillor Erb, you have not spoken yet regarding this. Go ahead, and then we are voting.
Okay. So to keep peace in the family, I'm going to support the amendment. But I can't say I really agree with it because it seems to be sort of this underlying current that has been servicing in this term of council that even though things are a regional responsibility, we're not prepared to let the region go ahead and implement them. And I understand consultation is important, but at what point does that have to end and the region takes responsibility and we take responsibility around here for the decisions that we have to make? However, I am going to support it to keep peace in the family, understanding it's a two-tier system and it's complicated. Thank you.
Okay, you will be prompted in e-scribe to vote. And I will just say, I will support this amendment. I recognize the collaboration. I also know that staff, you are working under constraints, and it has been identified that this is something that is doable. And so with that, I will support it and for those area municipalities that do want a for information session. Okay, that is carried. Commissioner Spooner, with that, I would like you to ensure council on a timeline for this coming back to, is it the June council meeting or committee meeting, just so that we have a firm understanding of process and timelines going forward, okay? Okay, so we have now for the main motion. It has been moved and seconded. I've got a second queue of speakers. Councillor Salonen, you're in.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This is my first time actually speaking towards what's been brought forward and not an amendment. But first and foremost, Commissioner Spooner, thank you very much to you and your staff. Really excited about this plan. And thank you again for meeting and bringing me up to date on it last week. That was really appreciated. I did want to point out Appendix B in the project summary, which specifically talks about Mobility Plus and Kiwanis Transit. I do think it's great that you guys are continuing to talk with Kiwanis Transit and really looking at how we can provide the best services to those in our community that utilize them. I do just want to ensure, because some of the wording does concern me a little bit with looking at adding Kiwanis Transit to the new system in terms of booking. I just want to better understand what that will look like, and also understand that the overall end goal is to still maintain Kiwanis Transit as their own entity, as we do have our separate board, and it is a service that has been trusted and really appreciated in the community for many years. So if you could just speak to that, Commissioner.
Through you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Salonen, for the question. We agree. Our partners at Kiwanis have been doing a great job, which is why when we started the Mobility Plus business plan, we brought Kiwanis along with us. When we look at the opportunity ahead of us in the township, we had a bit of an aha moment. This was myself working with the township CAOs about the ridership demand that we will generate in the short term on the conventional side. And in some cases, these are low numbers, 2 to 3 trips a day. And so talking about implementing a conventional service alongside the existing Kiwanis service when we're not driving major ridership, the aha moment was based around the cost of delivering that service and the opportunity to couple. Now the challenge becomes, we want people to book trips in an easy way, right? The underpinning of this plan is to make it easy. And so when you think about a commingling of that service, effectively what this means is somebody will call GRT for a ride, and that ride could be delivered by Kiwanis. In the same way that on the MP side today, that ride could be delivered by taxi. So it's really a linking of the dispatch system. It's in our procurement now for the upgraded Mobility Plus software that Council had supported last year. But there are some technical challenges we'll have to work through with Kiwanis and their team in terms of making it work, because they do run their own dispatch today. So some challenges ahead in implementation, but again, the goal is you can call one number or one dispatch center and get a ride regardless of who's providing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, a quick question. First, and a comment just to say that this is a really exciting plan. Really happy to see everything come together. In terms of plan and budget time, what would you see as the top thing that we can expect to see come forward, and that we should be, aggressive, perhaps putting more of our more eggs in that basket as we start year one?
Yeah, through you, Chair. I think, as we always do, we will have to recommend new services with balance. Obviously, you've got priority in this plan to the frequent transit network. Next up is on consistent schedules. But we know, even on our discussion earlier about Vista Hills, that there are spots in our community screaming for transit service, any transit service coverage. And so we often do this where we look at routes that are experiencing crowding or delays, and we know we need to put service there, but we're also looking at development into new areas, and we know we need to put service there. So I think, that the plan is prioritized. If you look through it, we will present in those categories, and we will suggest, anticipated cost recovery. But the reason for implementation to be done in this way is that we are in Council's hands. There is an important function here for Council to listen to the community and know where we need to go that may not come through the channels that we have. So I think the answer is you'll see balance as we have in past years, but now we'll be able to categorize and speak to, the anticipated cost recovery, knowing, a new route, 5 to 10% until it matures, and we've got routes in the network generating 60 cents on the dollar in cost recovery today. So really that balance. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to take a minute to thank staff and all of the community that's been engaged, and the area municipality staff have been part of this process. the presentation, the work. Just want to say, almost 200,000 people engaged, reached over 6,000 engaged. This has been a process. I remember from the start of the term asking for the motions came forward for 12 and under free. We've got, I think you have all done a wonderful job to get us to this point. It is ambitious, but I think you've covered time. People want to save time to get to where they need to go, connect to each other. The affordability piece in a time where we know that many people, families, residences are struggling, and sad reality is that may get worse for people in our current climate. And, not a lot of people can afford a $30,000 car, nevertheless a $60,000 car. So there's an affordability piece that can't be ignored, and the growth that we know is proposed for all of this region and the, cities, area municipalities preparing for the future. This is a very good plan. I am looking forward to the engagement with the community on April 16th and staff reporting back from those area councillors on for information that will go to them. So if you had to, for those in the public, if you had not had a chance to review the plan and comment, please come out on April 16th at 6 p.m. To engage with us again. Okay, so we will now call the question.
Sorry, Chair, I had another question.
There's still speakers.
We're over an hour. I think and this is the second and third round of questioning right now. I've got to call the question right now on this. We need to move forward. There's still another big agenda item. If there is something absolutely urgent, but if there's something that can be discussed with staff after, I think this is where I've got to make the call on this.
Chair, my name's been on the list for quite a while, and I appreciate that I was put after speakers that hadn't spoken, but I took a couple of minutes in my turn, and I just don't appreciate being put at the bottom of the list all the time.
I can't help how you were put in the list or what have you. Councillor Shantz, is there something a question you have to ask? Ask your question.
I wanted to make a comment as chair of Kiwanis Transit, so I commented.
Go absolutely. I think that's warranted.
So thank you to Councillor Saladin, for her comments. I wanted to also just thank Commissioner Spooner for working with Kiwanis Transit, and to say that the transit in the rural area is a little different than in the township, and I appreciate the teams working with that. I had a couple of things on it. Looking at novel solutions, and you alluded to that. I really appreciate that, and Kiwanis Transit does as well. I think Councillor Salonen, Kiwanis Transit is happy. I spoke to JT. He's happy to work with a new system. So that was one of my questions as well. And I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, is there anybody else in the queue that there's some burning question you have? Councillor Craig.
It's not a burning question, it's a request regarding area rating. I want to know what the philosophy is and why Cambridge is paying for LRT. And secondly, I'd like to know, be caught up on the cost of the area rating for Cambridge since it was initiated a number of years ago. That's in addition to Councillor Liggett's report. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Spooner, you can follow up with that. I think the LRT rating dates back to many, many, many years ago. You were on council at the time, weren't you, Councillor Craig? Okay, all right. Is there any further burning questions regarding this report? The cost? Okay, Councillor McCabe.
Yeah, just for April 16th, I think it would be really helpful to have like a cost benefit analysis. So because I've heard a few people say, in here and out in the community about the expense of it. But I'd like to see a comparison similar to what happened with the LRT. you know, if we don't, what would it cost if we don't do this in terms of road expansions and maintenance, et cetera, et cetera? I think that would be really helpful for the public to understand like I said, the cost-benefit analysis. Thanks.
Okay, and Councillor Liggett, everyone has had an opportunity to speak twice. Did you have another question? Nope, you're good? Okay. I will call the question then on the main motion. Okay, so that is carried. All right, so, and once again, thank you, staff, for all of your work on this to this point. So we will now move on to item 7.2, the resilient and future-ready organization, the asset management level of service. So I'm going to call upon Commissioner Rose to speak to this report.
Thank you, Chair James. So this report we're bringing forward to you today is the first report with respect to our asset management plan update, which will be coming later this year. In June, I believe we have it scheduled for. This is a report about levels of service, and really you can think about it as the beginning of the budget discussion. Because the levels of service inform the capital budget by closing the gap between the existing condition of an asset and the level of service endorsed by council and or regulated by the province. The level of service also informs the operating budget, as maintenance is funded from the operating budget. And the intent of maintenance is to extend the life of the asset. The levels of service which are not regulated and based on best practices can be modified by council during the budget process or even today, of course. And in the 2026 budget process, we will be linking the proposed budget to the level of service and how funding will support the level of service. So today we have a presentation for you by a number of different directors. And the reason for this is a corporate plan and will be affecting all of the services that the region delivers. Katie Johnson is the Director of Strategic Initiatives and Asset Management, and her division is responsible for the development of the asset management plan. Ryan Petitpierre is the Director of Housing Services, and he is here to talk about levels of service in housing. Amy Shaw is the Director of Water and Wastewater Operations, and she will be speaking about levels of service in water and wastewater. And Mike Henderson is here as well, Director of Transportation Services, to speak about levels of service in transportation. So I'll turn it over to Katie now.
Good afternoon, Chair James and members of council. We're pleased to be here today to bring forward this report and presentation on levels of service. To begin, I'll provide an overview of levels of service and how they are set. After that, my colleagues Ryan, Amy, and Mike will highlight a specific level of service from their specific division and connect it back to the resident experience. Excuse me. In closing, we'll highlight the next steps in moving forward with levels of service and completing the asset management plan. So asset management planning is an ongoing and long-term process that allows municipalities to make the best possible investment decisions for infrastructure assets. As the Corporate Asset Management Office and respective business unit partners work together to formally update the region's asset management plan, setting the levels of service is a key input to the plan. Some levels of service describe what residents experience from the region's asset infrastructure. This includes the extent and quality of services provided to residents. Other levels of service are standards that are set for the performance, quality, and efficiency of assets. Levels of service link an asset's actual performance to target performance goals. Many factors are taken into consideration in setting levels of service. These include capacity, comfort, compliance, industry standards, quality, reliability, and safety. As Commissioner Rose alluded to, levels of service have a direct link to the capital plan and budget. The levels that are committed to influence the funding required to meet and maintain them. Next slide, please. Through this report, the levels of service for the region's asset management plan will be set. There are a few important things to keep in mind. Through this step, we will not be reporting on the current performance of assets. I know this is likely something everyone is interested in, but that won't be happening at this step. Performance will be reported through the asset management plan, which will be completed by July 1st of this year. Business units have set levels of service measures for their specific areas. These have been developed through existing measures already in place and through workshops with the consultant who is supporting our asset management plan. The measures can be regulated, developed through the region's best practices, or through industry standards. Regulated measures must be met, and there is no option to update or adjust these. Non-regulated measures can be adjusted based on priorities that arise from updated strategic planning, budget process, or long-term strategic plans. For non-regulated measures, business units have set targets at levels that are achievable or are currently being met. There are no stretch levels of service that are set out in this report. We will now take a closer look at how levels of service are put into practice at 3 different divisions across the region, and we'll start with housing.
Thanks, and good afternoon, Chair and Committee. I'm Ryan, your Director of Housing Services, and those services include just shy of 3,000 homes that we directly own and operate through the portfolio that you know as Waterloo Regional Housing. Those are homes that exist throughout the region in various shapes, sizes, and built forms. And overall, at WRH, Waterloo Regional Housing, we operate those with the goal of supporting residents to find and to keep a home where they feel comfortable, a home where they feel safe, and a home where they feel a part of their community. The level of service that WRH is proposing is that 100% of those assets be kept in fair or better condition. This commitment ensures that residents have a comfortable and safe home and reduces the possibility of costly emergency repairs. Maintenance of assets in fair or better condition requires an active preventative maintenance program that heads off asset failure that negatively impacts resident experience and is expensive to repair. I'll hand it over to Amy to highlight a level of service measure within water operations.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Shaw, and I'm the Director of Water and Wastewater Operations. Our mandate is to provide safe and reliable drinking water. In line with the Safe Drinking Water Act, one of the technical performance level of service measures proposed by Water and Wastewater Operations is 100% compliance with drinking water standards. In order to adhere to this performance measure, we must ensure that our infrastructure is maintained in a state of good repair. The slide that we're showing on the screen is an illustration contrasting water infrastructure in good or very good condition on the left-hand side versus water infrastructure in poor condition. Please note that the photo on the right-hand side is not a regional infrastructure and is just being used for demonstration purposes. Failure to maintain infrastructure in a state of good repair could result in the higher chance of failure of disinfection equipment, monitoring equipment, and the integrity of treated water reservoirs and water mains. Loss of disinfection, interruption in monitoring, or failure to maintain system pressure could result in noncompliance with the Safe Drinking Water Act and legislated drinking water standards. Keeping our water assets in a state of good repair also helps reduce the risk of costly emergency repairs. I will now pass it to Mike Henderson.
Hello, my name is Mike Henderson. I'm the Director of Transportation here at the Region of Waterloo, and I'd like to introduce the roads section, which you can see above. We are not regulated. We do follow best practices with the industry, with asset managers across Canada and the United States. We are guided by ASTM guidelines for best practice. We set the level of service at 80 points out of 100. Our roads are rated from 100 to 0, 100 being excellent, 0 being very poor. We set the level of standard at 80. What that allows us to do, because of the life cycle of asphalt, is intervene with appropriate life cycle cost adjustments in the first 10 to 12 years of the asphalt's life. Saves us a lot of money, and in many cases doubles the life of the asphalt. So the proper intervention at the proper time is crucial, and we are doing that proactively. Thank you.
Okay. So to close, we will highlight the next steps on the path to completing the asset management plan. The approved levels of service measures will be incorporated into the asset management plan. And based on those levels of service, life cycle management strategies will be determined through asset maintenance, renewal strategies, and long-term investment priorities. These strategies will determine when to invest to ensure the best value of the investment. Although in different states of completeness, the Infrastructure Climate Adaptation Action Plan and the Corporate Climate Action Plan are being completed in parallel in terms of timing with the asset management plan. Once all three of these plans are complete, the findings of climate change mitigation and adaptation plans will be incorporated into the region's asset management processes and the asset management program. The asset management plan will provide us with an update on the state of the region's local infrastructure and the region's infrastructure gap. This information will support the development of a long-term funding strategy, allowing the region to maintain infrastructure in a state of good repair, meet levels of service, and minimize risk. Once the asset management plan is complete, we will provide an annual update on the implementation of the AMP. In the meantime, the process and framework for the annual update will be developed. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you for your presentation. I've got a couple of councillors with questions. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you to the group. Thank you for doing this. But this has been common practice. You've done this all the time, right? Yeah. And all it is that you create, we do it as well for our roads or whatever. We have our asset management plan and we create it and we go by the greatest need, not the road that wants to be done the most or not this, but the greatest need. And it's common sense planning, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, and through you to Mike, I guess, because my community would not like if I don't bring this up. When we look at the
Go ahead, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. When you look at the state of roads and put it into the asset management plan, can you just comment on how that works out for the capital priorities in a given year? And I'm thinking of Arthur Street.
Sure, fair question. In general terms, we're finding that our needs development forecast is much higher than our available budget, to the tune of $20 million annually, a little shy. So of course, our annual inspections govern where we go next. The condition of our road governs where we go next. Over the last 6 years, we've noticed quite an alarming trend. We've had an increase of our poor to very poor roads, which represent about 20% of our overall network, being in poor to very poor condition. So we've had an increase of almost 20% in our poor to very poor roads over the last 6 years with the financial envelopes that we're working with. So we are trying, to your point, Councillor Shantz, we are dealing with the worst condition roads first. But we do have more need than we have available budget, which is a challenge moving forward.
Councillor Rodriguez.
Yeah, thanks. This is really great to see, and I think some of the expanded metrics will serve us well. There's a two-part question. Could you perhaps clarify some assets that aren't explicitly listed in the appendix? I assume there's a means that we track them and different businesses have them. But to that, one of the things that jumped out to me is we continue to expand our off-road trail network. So we have Farmers Market Trail, Schneider's coming soon, Spurline. Is there an opportunity to look at best practices to include that there so we can communicate to people that there is a standard that we meet for our trail pavement?
Yes, and through the chair, the current regulation does not include provisions for trails. We anticipate that maturing over the next couple of years, and that those would be that type of asset would be included within our next asset management update within 5 years.
Thank you. I think that covers it. I think, like, is there not something if it's not regulated, like some of the standards that we have are, business unit standards that we set. So is there something we can do to get ahead of that? And if it has to wait a couple of years, that's totally fine. But is that something we could explore through future reports?
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, it goes back to my opening comments as well. It is council's prerogative to fund where council wants to fund. So if there is a need to look at the condition of our trails and put more funding towards that, out of all of the priorities across the region, we do that through the budget process. So as I had said in my opening remarks, the best practice levels of service can be changed by council depending on the strategic plan and other funding priorities. So there is an opportunity to do that at that time. But certainly discussions with us on your interests would be helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, I just want to confirm the numbers again. I think Councillor Sanch alluded to this too. So the gap is currently 61 million for, okay. And in terms of where the revenue comes from to fix our assets, just break that, to simplify it. I think this is a significant piece here because there is a lot of infrastructure, as explained, that needs to get done. So just break that down. Where does the funds come from? Where are there opportunities, potentially, given that there's been changes that have impacted our reserves, et cetera?
To the chair, thank you for that question. The funding for infrastructure, and this is just existing infrastructure that we're speaking about with an asset management plan that's separate from the growth infrastructure we need to support growth across the region. So the funding for existing infrastructure renewal and repair for water and wastewater come from the water and wastewater rates. For everything else, it comes from the tax levy. And then we also apply for grants that are offered through the provincial and federal governments. The money, sometimes there's a bit of confusion on how that works within the operating budget. So I'll just attempt to clarify that here. So when we collect funds through the tax levy in the tax year, a portion of that is put into reserves for capital work. So then we take the money out of the capital reserve and put it into a capital project, and then we can go forward with a replacement project. However, as I said earlier, maintenance is also very key to asset management. So I think everyone understands roads, they can crumble or fall apart, whatever, so we put potholes in them, or we do crack and seal. Sorry, Mike, if I'm destroying this, but we put crack and seal on them to make sure that the life of the asset lasts even longer. Those funds actually come out of operating. So that affects the tax levy as well. So there's two places asset management is funded from, the operating and from capital, and it depends on whether it's a maintenance activity, which is considered operating, or it's a capital activity, which comes out of capital.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further questions, I need a mover and a seconder for this. Moved by Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Nowak. You'll be prompted in e-scribe. Okay, so that is carried. We are now on to item 8, information and correspondence. So there's the committee tracking list. There is correspondence from Zach Red, correspondence from Alex Letta, and correspondence from the joint letter from township CAOs regarding the township transit strategy. We are now moving on to Councillor Foxton.
It wouldn't allow me to put my hand up. The council tracking thing is getting out of date. There's one that was supposed to be done in March of 2025, which wasn't. And also we would talk, the truck route in downtown Air and Northumberland Street, so we need to bring that up to date. And the committee one, the staff report on program traffic calming in settlement areas residentially, which is high speed, it was the winter of 2025. So we need to update this and maybe put real dates down, please.
Okay.
Or you could answer them now, which would be great.
Is there any staff that want to speak to any of these, just to give an update on any of them? I think the first one you referred to was the staff report back on a plan or program on traffic calming in settlement and residential areas considering high volume versus high speed. No, that's winter. Can you speak to
through you,
that?
Chair. So this is in reference to the township traffic calming work, so plans to pilot a few locations this summer. I'm not actually sure if winter 2025 means next winter or this one, but
winter, yeah.
we can update. I can be back with a report shortly on, I think we're actually in schedule, if not next month, then June, so.
Okay. The next, just pointing out, Councillor Foxton, some of the ones that are dated, the report back with potential options for the location of the Indigenous Hub. If there is brief comments on that and when that will be updated. I think that's part of the...
Chair James, is it super annoying if we take a bio break?
Absolutely not. I don't see any staff responding to that. So we'll get back regarding the transit, the Indigenous Hub, and we'll take a 5-minute break for you, Councillor Huniak, for all of us, actually. Okay, so we are on to other business. I do want to acknowledge the fact that we are slightly behind, so we're going to probably take a working lunch after this in our closed meeting and then go into A&F. Our other business is a notice of motion from Councillor Shantz. Councillor Shantz, do you have a seconder for the motion?
Councillor Nowak.
Councillor Nowak. Okay, so the motion's been moved by Councillor Shantz, seconded by Councillor Nowak. Councillor Shantz, you can speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple things I want to say about this. And you heard the delegations earlier. One point that I want to make is the regional roads in our rural areas are connecting municipalities. They're getting from one place to the other. And there were some comments about traffic calming, which we feel is very important in our communities. These particular places are not in our communities. They're in the connecting road piece, and I think that's a little bit different. So we still are looking for speed reduction coming into our towns. So the prevailing narrative that I've heard for the last year since I've been on council has been that speeds and signs should generally reflect what people are expecting to do on a given road. Most rural roads have a speed limit of 80 kilometers an hour. Sometimes it will reduce to 60. And I know Wellesley had a speed study done, and that recommended 80 to 60 for speed zones. And I don't know if, Joe, you want to speak to that a little bit when I'm done here. But the roads, as the delegations have said, where it goes 80, 60, 40, 60, 80 is just not what's expected on that kind of regional road. And I can appreciate the fear that people feel when a truck is coming up really quickly behind them or someone is passing. So you may say, yeah, that's a bad driver and that's on the driver, and that may be true, but the point is, as a driver, you have expectations of how the traffic is flowing. And if you're worried about the traffic behind you, you're not looking for what's ahead of you. Yeah, I think that pretty much covers what I want to say about it. I didn't put any whereases in front of the motion. If I were, I would say that whereas the prevailing narrative is that road speeds should reflect what a driver would naturally expect to drive, and whereas the two rural roads that we've reduced the school zone speed from 80, 60 to 40 have created dangerous driving situations, endangering both drivers and other road users. And whereas the lower speed limits at rural schools are only needed during school hours, and whereas rural roads have different traffic patterns and expectation than urban roads, I would move the motion as it is written. The flashing lights in the school zones, I think, also reflects the traffic that travels on those rural roads. So those are used in a great many different places and are used very effectively. I think that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, Councillor Shantz. Councillor Nowak, you want to speak to the motion as well?
Yes, I do. Thank you. And thanks, Councillor Shantz, for bringing this forward. The first part, we have a similar school. We have one on Kessler Road, which is a private school. We have one on Hergot Road, which is a parochial school. And there's a significant difference between the two of them. The one on Kessler is similar to the one that we're talking here, where the students they're not walking to school. They're driven to school. The one on the parochial school is right close to the road, so you'll see the bikes there, the kids on their bicycles going to, and walking to school. So there's a big difference in as far as the potential danger on those roads. So my point there is that I don't think one-stop shopping sort of covers it all. They have to be a little bit flexible when you're looking at these issues. As far as the photo, the flashing light, I did send staff a photo of a flashing light. I don't know if they can put it up on the yeah, that's what we're talking about there. And on a recent trip up through Paisley, a mile bay up and through that area there, that's all you see when you're near schools. So they're well used, and I think they do sort of identify a time of use when the school is actually being used, and maybe that's the time when you should be reducing your speed. As far as communicating with staff, I did send our staff the report that we did. It was done by True North Safety Group and last June, which identified school zones. If it's an 80-kilometer zone, you drop it down 20. If it's a 70, which is probably on a rural road, you drop it down to 50. So that's the basic result from that study. So I'll leave it at that, but I'm fully supportive of this. It's things are different in the rural areas. I think there's you have to be think outside the box a little bit, and to discuss these things with our staff in advance, I think would be very helpful. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Salonen.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just wanted to acknowledge my support for these motions, very similar to what both Councillor Shantz and Councillor Nowak were saying. In our rural municipalities, especially along these arterial roads, we do have slightly different circumstances, and I think being able to be flexible with that is really important. And I mean, I already noted it before, but we do already have some exceptions out on Snyder's Road that accommodate these types of needs. So I think extending those to other similar situations is definitely important, and really interested in the flashing lights, as that has been a consistent request that I've gotten from residents.
Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair, I strongly support these motions. I think we need to inspire compliance, not defiance. And I think our decisions need to be evidence-based. And when we listened to the delegates today, they gave us evidence about why this motion is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rodriguez.
Thanks, Chair. A question for staff, if possible. Could you perhaps just explain the sort of, as all three parts are approved, I'm very supportive of the third clause around a rural strategy with the spirit of consistency across the townships. Whether you're passing a school in any of our rural areas, you should generally know what the condition would be. Could you maybe just describe, though, like if, so part one speaks to the lower speeds, part two then speaks to the investigating a flashing light in lieu of a camera. Can the camera, if the speeds are brought to 60, does the camera automatically get shut off because it's gone from 40 to 60? Or does the camera stay in place at enforcing a 60-kilometer limit?
Through you, Chair, great question. Yeah, so I'll lean into the science a little bit here, and a reminder for council, a collision between a vehicle and a pedestrian at 60 kilometers an hour, that pedestrian has a 5% survivability rate. So the decision we would be making if we were saying moving the speed limits to 60 kilometers an hour is that we're not anticipating any pedestrians or vulnerable road users in that segment. To point two, I guess a little bit more to point one, the reason that these locations are performing so well in our scoring criteria is because of the reduction in speed. They come up that rubric very quickly when we move from 80 to 40 kilometers an hour. It is a good question, and I'd like to do that in the report back on when we look at needs across the region. Would we place cameras in 60 kilometer an hour zones? I'm not sure. As I sit here today, we might reprioritize and look to place them at locations with 40 kilometers an hour. I think I've answered the question.
Yeah, I think so. And so if all parts of the motion pass today, would the next step be a report back, or would there be some direct action taken prior to a report back?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Good question. So this deals with 2 locations, so we would have to adjust those locations. I would need a little bit of additional direction on what to do. Again, these cameras are on, but they are not issuing tickets to date, so I don't need to do anything immediate in number 2, and then the opportunity to report back on 3. So yeah, I could use a bit of additional guidance on what to do. We are continuing to implement in other areas of the region on 80-kilometer-an-hour roads, so that might be the only gap in this guidance that I would need from council. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, Chair, through you. What I tried to state earlier is that we have roads that take the heavy traffic and leave our settlement areas safer. And that's what this road, I believe, is. Again, there's a lot of trucks. As you know, North Dumfries, we're the 3rd largest aggregate producing in Ontario. And we have, literally thousands of trucks. And this is one of the roads they'll use. To get a gravel truck, fully loaded, double axle, to slow down from an 80 to a 40, or to a 60 to 40, would need huge distance. We had a study done, just as the study just previously we talked about, a double axle truck has the same impact on the road as 12,000 cars. Now that's in the report. So you understand what I'm trying to get at is how difficult it is to try to slow this down at the appropriate time to save lives. But the other factor is, are there pedestrians on this road? And from what I'm hearing, there isn't any pedestrians on the road in this area. Now, maybe staff needs to clarify that and get that confirmed. But if there's no pedestrians and the major reason for this road is a thoroughfare, which is what it is, then I understand why these things are put into place or why Councillor Shantz is bringing this forward. So those are the things I think we truly have to look at. And bear that in mind for a lot of township roads. We're small communities that are made to move the traffic. If you look at, again, North Dumfries, we have a major 401 access. And if you're on a given day, you can see actually thousands of trucks going down Cedar Creek Road, down Trustler Road, and those are thoroughfares. So doing this to Napsinger would be exactly the same as doing it to Trustler. Imagine doing that to Trustler, going from an 80 to a 60 to a 40 back up to 60 without a stop. We have a lot of stop lights on Trustler, but without a stop. So that's what you have to keep in mind about the rules.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair James, and I support this notice of motion. I think we do have to recognize the difference between the rural and the urban municipalities. And my question is, so in the last part of the notice of motion, now I can't get it on my screen here, it said township. Should it be township or townships? Are we talking about all the townships? My guess, like, why do we do it for everybody?
I'm happy to make it plural.
Okay, that's a smiling amendment.
Okay.
Through you, Chair, Councillor, a quick response. You could even go broader. We have rural road standard roads in the cities as well in some parts of Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo. So I will interpret it as rural roads, and we'll look at all context, obviously working with the partners as we do always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Thank you. There's a bit of a push and pull going on in my head currently. And if Commissioner Spooner could clarify, that would be great, but good luck. So I'm conscious of the fact that there's not a lot of pedestrians on this road. However, we as government need to take precautions against accidents that are not likely to happen all the time. So I'm also conscious from conversations with Councillor Shantz and the delegations today that the current safety precautions we are taking are actually achieving the opposite result of what we want. I don't want to lower the speed limit to 60, or sorry, raise the speed limit to 60 because I think that that's a bit, as you stated, Commissioner Spooner, that's only going to save 5% of lives, and you can't be 95% dead. You're either dead or alive. And so I think I'm just wondering, like, is the motion as written by Councillor Shantz, like, the next best option that we have? Are there other things that we can do?
Through you, Chair, very good question. Maybe I'll share a little bit of the data on these two segments, and I'll talk about things we can do. So for both the locations identified, in the last 5 years, in the segment identified, we have had 2 collisions, vehicular collisions in both. For Lob Singer specifically, we had a fatal collision in 2019, just adjacent to this segment. In the last few weeks since we have turned those cameras on, remember they are on capturing speed data, they are not issuing tickets. We've had multiple drivers with speeds over 130 kilometers an hour. So I remind you, Council, that is a criminal offense at 80 kilometers an hour, at 40 kilometers an hour. I'm not sure what the penalty would be. To balance that, the Lob Singer delay, if folks are following the speed limit, from the previous 80 kilometers straight through to the now 80, 60, 40, 60, 80 is 12 seconds. So we're talking about a 12-second delay. Not related to this, but I think important in the context is last Friday there was a fatality of a road crew member in the city of Hamilton. Last Tuesday on Northfield, one of our road crews experienced a near miss, described to me as inches. And so challenging in this discussion for me when we talk about road safety is, are we weakening the road safety? Are we improving the road safety? I think this is why my team would like the opportunity to report back on this one. We want to take a look at what a road safety program looks like in this context with 60 kilometers an hour. I will note, context is very important in this discussion. We are a diverse region, but Council, I want to assure you, we have engineers who live in the townships, and so this is a piece of work for all of us in which we recognize the context we're working in, and we've got to get it right, obviously from all these competing viewpoints that we're talking about today. Thank you.
Was there an extra option in there?
Sorry, I didn't answer your question with the option.
That's okay.
Yes, the option is road design. The option is you narrow the field of view, you put in implements that City of Kitchener's done a really good job on this with some of the flexible bollards. If you narrow somebody's field of view, they tend to slow down naturally. There are other ways to achieve this. A reminder, a lot of those were intended to be funded by the municipal speed camera program through the road safety reserve. So we are not there yet when we think about how to change behavior. Behavioral pieces are kind of the baseline. That's the flashing lights. You can then move into enforcement, which is where we are with this program. And then you can move into design, obviously the most expensive, but the most effective in terms of road safety and slowing speeds. So we have many things we can do. I'll look to report back on that.
Okay.
If it's not a speed camera, we have other options. But again, enforcement is kind of the second best to design.
Last thought, Chair James. 40, 60, 40 in 12 seconds seems really, really, really confusing. Can we minimize road rage by making it consistent all the way through those 12 seconds? Or is that legally not something that we can do?
Through you, Chair. Sorry, Councillor Hunig, I wasn't suggesting you move through that segment in 12 seconds. I was suggesting that delay from going 80 kilometers through the whole thing to the double step down that we have now is 12 seconds. Okay. So you've got enough time to cover that section, I think.
Okay, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Just a couple things to consider. We have a lot of roads where people are walking. We have a lot of the rural, the old orders in particular, who walk and cycle on our roads. Does that mean we should have 40 kilometers per hour everywhere? I don't know. I mean, I almost lost my leg over 50 years ago when someone pulled out from a stop sign on Kingsway Drive in Kitchener. So we can't, I don't want people to get killed. I don't want people to get hurt, but we also can't protect everyone. And the other thing we need to remember when we're constructing roads and looking at road configuration is we have buggies and we have farm implements. And we tried some traffic calming in the north end of Elmira with islands, and it causes problems as well. So there's a lot of pieces to put together there, and I trust that Doug and his crew will do some good research and come up with some kind of solution that works for everybody.
Okay, Councillor Shantz, was there an amendment?
I just added the whereases that that I read out earlier. If you want to have it on the record.
I wasn't here. Do you want to read them out again? Sorry.
Sure. Whereas the prevailing narrative is that road speeds should reflect what a driver would naturally expect to drive, and whereas the 2 rural roads that we have reduced the school zone speed from 80 to 60 to 40 have created dangerous driving situations, endangering both drivers and other road users. And whereas the lower speed limits at rural schools are only needed during school hours, and whereas rural roads have different traffic patterns and expectation than urban roads, be it moved that, and then the motion.
Okay, do I have unanimous consent for this? No objection, okay. Okay. Yes, for Councillor Shantz's amendment. You're objecting to the whereases that are being, okay, so that's good, okay. Yes, we're gonna vote on the whole thing. Okay, I have Councillor Verbanov.
Thanks very much, and I'm happy to support Councillor Shantz on this motion. I'm not going to go into and reiterate past debates and discussions around this issue, but I think this system needs to be responsive to the needs of individual communities, and the townships are a different set of circumstances from the city. So I am happy to support it. I do have one question though of staff as it relates to the AES and the enforcement process in general. Because I've been getting, I got a concern from a resident who has been getting inundated with calls from a collection agency because of an AES ticket. And I guess I just want to understand from staff, are we using collection agencies to collect revenues? Because I guess they've been calling constantly at their work, and they obviously have issues with the ticket, and I was surprised to hear that that's the process, because my understanding was if tickets are unpaid, it simply gets dealt with through the license renewal process.
Through you, Chair, yes. So all Provincial Offences Act tickets at some point, if unpaid, do go to collection. So that's not a piece that regional staff do. I know you've requested a response, so we're putting that together separately, but this would be not dissimilar to a red light ticket today and how that happens. If it remains unpaid for a period of time, it would eventually move to collections. We obviously have staff ready to engage and talk through the dispute resolution. To date, we're only seeing about 3% of tickets requesting that screening and dispute resolution. So I realize I'm not quite answering the question, but yes, Provincial Offences Act tickets do move to collections.
So only the ones through a regional system? Because like if you get one through the police, or if you get a parking ticket, to the best of my knowledge, they simply just automatically get added on to your ticket or to your license renewal, and you find out at that point in time.
So yeah, and POA is authorized to use internal collection staff and third-party agency. Unpaid tickets are also then sent to MTO for the plate component. So those two things are happening in a POA scenario.
Okay, well, maybe I'll have an offline conversation
please.
with you,
Thank you.
and then we can see where we go from there.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Foxton, related to the motion, please.
Yes, related to the motion. So getting back to Mr. Spooner's point about what do we do in this area, the motion pretty well explains it. But also on these roads, I don't mind speed enforcement of in the 80 kilometer that they, because a lot are going over 80, as you just stated a minute ago. So I think catching them going over 80 is just great. So I'm not against that. It's the gradual making it more dangerous. Thank you.
Councillor Hunick.
Sorry, Chair James, I just need clarity on as to whether we're voting on the motion whole or as to whether the clauses have been separated.
They have not been separated. Would you like to separate them?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll do each line item on a separate motion if staff or clerks can arrange that. Councillor Rodriguez.
Sorry, just a quick clarification question on next steps. So is it a report, like this all gets approved, there is a report back that would then be discussed in providing direction in terms of its implementation, or is this like a direct action coming out of this? I'm just trying to understand what happens next.
You or me?
It doesn't matter. You go.
Through you, Chair. So I'll give you my interpretation to be confirmed by the Chair. So number one is a clear action, which is to move the speed limit from 40 back to 60. So you'd have a step down, 80, 60, 80. Number 2 and 3 appear to me to be a report back. The word investigate in number 2 is to look at some of those behavioral elements, and the rural speed zone strategy in number 3 is obviously needing to come back after some consultation.
Very helpful, thanks.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we will call the vote on the first part of the motion.
Can you read the first part just so I know?
Absolutely. Prepare the requisite amending bylaws, comment to actually, hold on a second. Councillor Shantz, I do have a question for clarification with number 2, so I'll save that for when we get to it. Prepare the requisite amending bylaws to lower speed limits in school zones from 80 kilometers per hour to 60 kilometers per hour instead of the current 40 kilometers per hour on Lobsinger Line near King Alfred Academy and Northfield Drive near Balsam Grove Parochial School.
That, excuse me, that was my motion. I don't know if colleagues said there were other places. I don't know if they want to include them in that motion, but that was my motion, yes.
Okay, so that's what we're voting on now. That portion of it. Okay, and that carries. Moving on to the second portion. And Councillor Shantz, this is where I want clarification that you specifically want it for the intersections addressed above Lobsinger Line.
I would like it as part of the rural strategy,
okay,
to be honest.
Perfect, okay. Yeah, so can you please amend that to ensure that it says part of the rural transit rural strategy? Is that Councillor Shantz, is that okay? Or
that's okay. Would it make more sense to flip 2 and 3? Or I don't get, yes, that is fine.
Are you okay? Just so that there's clarity in the future around this, okay. So this will be amended to ensure that it's
I don't have clarity.
I'm going to read it once our staff have updated it. So the second part, Councillor Hunick and colleagues, that staff be directed to investigate the installation of flashing lights in school zones that operate during school hours instead of active speed cameras as part of the rural strategy.
Sorry, I don't need it to be instead of. It can be alongside of.
Okay, can we update the language? School hours alongside active speed cameras. Okay. No objections to that? Okay, we're good. Okay, so you'll now be prompted to vote. Councillor Erb. Okay, that carries. And then the third part of this motion, wait for it to come up, that staff be directed to work with townships staff to create a rural speed zone strategy. Councilor Verbanovich, have you entered? Okay, that carries. Okay, and staff will report back then on the second, the last two parts of that motion. Okay. Is there any other business? Okay. I know. Seeing none. Okay, the next meeting is set for May 6th. Motion to enter close. So I'd now like to entertain a motion to go into close. Councillor Foxton, Councillor Wolf, and you'll now be prompted in e-scribe. So we will be moving into a closed session for the purposes of receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege regarding a safety risk assessment. And I will need a mover to adjourn, Councillor Salonen, Councillor McCabe, and I need you all to vote and e-scribe to adjourn. You close.